Negative thinking isn't just a bad habit, it's a trap. Most people live inside that trap for years, believing every fearful thought, every worst-case scenario, every lie their mind whispers in the dark. They confuse pain with truth and worry with preparation. And little by little it steals their peace, their energy, and their sense of who they really are. But don't worry, this is about to change your life. What you're about to experience isn't just sleep audio, it's 4 hours of ancient Stoic wisdom, words crafted to quiet the mind, untangle destructive thought patterns, and teach you how to respond to life with clarity instead of fear. Comment below, "I am ready to end negative thinking." So not only your subconscious mind, but the universe knows you're ready to break free from mental patterns that no longer serve you. Let this be your signal to something greater: peace, awareness, and control from within. As you fall asleep, these Stoic teachings will begin to guide your thoughts away from chaos and back to stillness. You'll learn how to step back from judgment, how to interrupt the spiral of negativity, and how to return to the present, where real power lives. This isn't just rest, it's transformation in silence. By morning, the mind you wake up with won't be the same one you fell asleep with. It will be stronger, calmer, clearer, and finally, free. Have you ever experienced a moment of such intense anger that you felt completely out of control? Perhaps when someone said something hurtful or acted in a way that deeply upset you. Have there been days when even a simple glance or a passing remark made it feel as though the entire world was against you? In today's rapidly moving and pressure-filled world, it's incredibly easy to become overwhelmed by negative emotions, from minor irritations to full-blown rage. But is there truly a way to remain steady in the midst of emotional chaos? Is it possible to live a life of calm and composure, untouched by the actions or words of others? Can we really protect our inner peace from external disturbances? Stoicism, an ancient yet deeply relevant school of philosophy, offers profound and enduring wisdom for this very challenge. Thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca endured unimaginable hardships, yet they managed to preserve a state of inner calm by embracing the principles of Stoic thought. Today, we'll delve into 7 practical approaches designed not just to help you manage your emotions, but to truly master them, to gain unwavering control over your inner world. What I'm about to share goes far beyond theoretical musings. These are timeless lessons drawn from the depths of Stoic philosophy, carefully transformed into practical insights that you can apply immediately. So I encourage you to stay with me throughout this journey, because even embracing just one of these approaches can lead to a powerful and immediate shift in your life. Let's begin by talking about the idea of embracing willingness in life. One of the foundational principles of Stoicism that leads to deep inner tranquility is the practice of fully accepting whatever life brings our way. Now, this doesn't mean we have to enjoy every situation or agree with everything that happens. Instead, it calls us to meet each circumstance with openness and a lack of resistance. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, encourages us to accept the things to which fate binds us and to love the people fate connects us with, but to do so wholeheartedly and sincerely. This type of acceptance is essential for breaking the cycle of anger and frustration. Picture yourself performing a mundane task like washing the dishes. If you do it begrudgingly, each plate becomes a source of resentment. But if you engage in the task with a willing spirit and a sense of gratitude, even this simple act becomes peaceful. Epictetus, in his discourses, teaches us not to wish for events to happen as we want them to, but to want them to happen as they do. Because in doing so, life begins to flow more harmoniously. This is the essence of willingness, moving with the current of life rather than resisting it. Practically speaking, this mindset can shift how we respond to uncomfortable moments. Imagine being stuck in traffic. If you allow yourself to dwell in irritation over the delay, your frustration only grows. But if you view the situation as an opportunity to listen to an audiobook, a favorite podcast, or to simply reflect, you instantly take back control over your experience. When we begin to accept life as it is, stress loses its grip on us. A critical part of developing willingness is clarifying our purpose. Instead of chasing fleeting desires or short-term goals, we can focus on a higher vision, a guiding purpose that informs all our actions. Ask yourself, what is the life I am striving to build? What vision am I aligning with? Unlike personal ambitions that might bring momentary satisfaction, a true vision encompasses the entirety of your being. When you live with a grand, meaningful purpose, each action becomes voluntary. You understand that even the hard or unpleasant moments are contributing to something greater. You're no longer just reacting, you're choosing. Think about the difference between doing something out of obligation versus doing something from the heart. If you're meeting a deadline at work under pressure, the task can feel heavy. But when you volunteer to help someone or support a cause you believe in, even the most difficult tasks feel fulfilling. The action may be the same, but the intention transforms your experience. I choose to do this becomes your sanctuary. I have to do this becomes your torment. Try applying this perspective to your daily life. When someone says something offensive, you face a fork in the road. You can let that comment dictate your emotions and lash out in anger, or you can see it as a moment to practice acceptance and inner strength. Remind yourself, this person is acting according to their own character, but I choose not to let it disturb my own. Accepting life's circumstances as they unfold does not mean giving up on self-improvement or letting go of the drive to better your circumstances. Rather, it means recognizing that while some things are beyond your control, your response is always within your power. This understanding is incredibly freeing. It reduces stress and empowers you to focus your energy where it matters most. For instance, if you're criticized at work, you can take it as a personal attack, or you can see it as an opportunity for growth. Your peace of mind isn't determined by what happens to you, but by how you interpret and respond to it. Embracing willingness is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. Start small. Accept when you make a mistake. Welcome life's little challenges as opportunities to strengthen your character. Learn to greet inconveniences with calm and patience. As you gradually develop this mindset, you'll find that anger has less power over you. External circumstances won't shake you as easily. Instead, you'll discover a growing, quiet power within yourself, the kind of power that allows you to live life by your own design. Now let's talk about the second principle, the importance of stopping the habit of judging others. Have you ever paused to reflect on why it's so easy to feel annoyed, frustrated, or angry with the people around you? It often comes down to a simple truth. We are constantly judging others. Think about how many times a day you tell yourself that someone is rude, selfish, slow, or untrustworthy. These judgments don't just affect how we view others, they create emotional turmoil within us. From a Stoic perspective, letting go of judgment is one of the most effective ways to free ourselves from unnecessary emotional suffering. Humans naturally interpret the world through their own subjective lens. When someone acts in a way that doesn't align with our expectations, our instinct is to label them, to assign blame, fault, or flaw. Let's say someone is driving slowly in front of you. The first thought might be that they're being thoughtless or stupid. But what if they're a new driver? Or what if they're driving carefully because they have children in the car? The reality is that external events do not dictate our emotions. It's our interpretation that does. Judging others adds an unnecessary emotional burden. These judgments aren't just passing thoughts. They are seeds that grow into frustration, anger, and resentment. Take, for example, a coworker who often arrives late. If your judgment is that they're lazy or inconsiderate, your irritation will build with each passing day. But if you take a moment to consider that they might be caring for someone who's unwell or facing struggles you don't know about, your attitude softens. This shift in perspective doesn't mean you're excusing poor behavior. It means you're choosing not to let it rob you of your peace. You begin to see that judging others does more harm to you than to the person being judged. By releasing the need to label others, you unburden your mind and heart. When we stop judging, we open the door to greater compassion, not just for others, but for ourselves as well. Stoicism teaches us that we can't control other people's actions, but we can always choose how we respond. When we judge less and understand more, we create space for patience, empathy, and emotional resilience. This doesn't mean abandoning discernment or allowing others to walk over you. It means stepping back from the reflex to immediately categorize someone as good or bad based on a single action. People are complex, just like you. Everyone has struggles, insecurities, and reasons behind their behavior. Ultimately, letting go of judgment is about choosing peace over irritation. It's about freeing yourself from the emotional chains that come with trying to control or define others. When you stop judging, you stop absorbing unnecessary negativity. And in that space of neutrality, you find clarity, calm, and strength. Stay with me as we continue exploring more powerful Stoic practices that can transform not only your emotional world, but your entire life. These teachings aren't just about philosophy. They're about creating a life of stability, depth, and enduring inner peace. Stoicism doesn't instruct us to ignore our problems. It teaches us to see them with greater clarity and understanding. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed that we always possess the option of withholding our opinion. There is never a true necessity to become agitated or to disturb your inner peace over matters beyond your control. No one is entirely virtuous or completely flawed. People are a blend of actions, influenced heavily by their life experiences, surroundings, and level of awareness. Think back to a time when you didn't show up as your best self. Maybe you were exhausted, overwhelmed, or just having a particularly rough day. In the same way, others' actions are rarely a reflection of who they are at their core, but more often a response to the situations they're facing. In the right environment, even someone with many faults can demonstrate surprising kindness. On the flip side, even those who are usually composed and kind can falter under pressure. Consider this. You're at a restaurant and the server accidentally spills water across your table. Your immediate reaction might be irritation or anger. How careless! But if you take a moment to pause and reflect, considering the possibility that they might be having an exceptionally difficult day, your emotional response changes. You feel lighter. This is the quiet but profound power of releasing judgment. Not only does it lift the burden of discomfort from your shoulders, but it also deepens your empathy toward others. To be clear, Letting go of judgment doesn't equate to justifying wrongdoing. It means choosing not to let the actions of others take control of your inner world. You can still recognize poor behavior and distinguish right from wrong without allowing negativity to poison your mind. As Marcus Aurelius also noted, the best form of revenge is to remain unlike the one who committed the harm. The most dignified and powerful response to being wronged isn't retaliation, it's maintaining your grace and self-control. So how do we put this principle of non-judgment into action? The first and most essential step is awareness. When you notice yourself beginning to form a judgment about someone, ask yourself honestly, is this thought necessary? Is it helping me in any meaningful way? Then try to shift your point of view. Put yourself in the other person's situation. What might they be going through that you don't see or understand? Remember too that the richness of life comes from diversity. The fact that someone behaves, thinks or reacts differently than you doesn't automatically make them wrong. It simply makes them different. And not every difference needs to be analyzed or emotionally charged. Often, it's not worth your energy or your peace. Letting go of judgment is ultimately about freeing yourself from carrying unnecessary emotional burdens. It's about learning to release the weight of irritation and resentment. The next time someone gets under your skin, pause, breathe deeply, and ask yourself honestly, is this emotional reaction really worth it? You'll begin to notice that by choosing empathy and perspective over assumption and judgment, you not only become more compassionate toward others, but also extend greater kindness to yourself. In the end, ask yourself this fundamental question: do I want to cling to my anger, or do I want to live with freedom and peace? The answer lies within your control. When you release the habit of judging others, you naturally begin to loosen your grip on the desire to control. This opens your eyes to a powerful truth. Much of the tension and disappointment in life comes from our expectation that others should behave according to our preferences. But life doesn't function on our terms. People, with all their complexities and unique circumstances, act based on their own motivations, many of which we may never fully comprehend. This brings up a deeper question. Is control truly the path to peace? Or does peace arise when we let go of the need to control? This question strikes at the very heart of Stoic philosophy. Instead of expending energy trying to reshape what lies beyond our reach, we can choose to accept things as they are, and in doing so, free ourselves from much of life's unnecessary stress. You can't dictate the direction life takes, but you can always govern how you respond. Imagine you're driving during peak traffic hours. The roads are jammed, the horns are blaring, and you're about to be late. You feel frustration bubbling up. Why can't people drive better? Or, why is the traffic always like this? But the truth is, you can't alter how others drive or instantly clear the roads. What you can control, however, is your mindset. You can choose to become agitated, or you can take a breath and accept that this situation is simply outside your influence. Though it might seem straightforward, the act of letting go of control can radically transform your daily experience. Think of a mother who constantly worries about her child's academic performance. She wants the best and fears failure. But no matter how deeply she cares, she cannot take the exams for her child. Or picture an employee frustrated with their boss's decisions. No matter how much they disagree, they can't force their boss to think differently. Much of our emotional distress arises from pinning high hopes on things we can't control. When those expectations go unmet, Disappointment and resentment naturally follow. I once knew a young entrepreneur who poured his soul into developing a new tech product. His vision was ambitious. He wanted to revolutionize an entire industry. But when he finally launched the product, the market response was lukewarm at best. He was crushed. He blamed the customers for failing to grasp its brilliance and suspected rivals were sabotaging him. This mindset kept him trapped in bitterness. During a conversation, I encouraged him to shift focus. Instead of brooding over what others weren't doing, what could he do differently? Slowly, he began to refine his approach, adjusted the product, and embraced the slow, often humbling journey of growth. By focusing only on what was within his control, he found new clarity, regained his creative spark, and eventually surpassed his earlier goals. This is the essence of Stoicism in practice, recognizing when you're placing energy into the unchangeable and choosing instead to focus on what you can influence. In moments of stress, ask yourself, is this within my control? Am I improving the situation by reacting this way, or am I making it worse? These aren't just philosophical questions, they're practical tools for emotional clarity. Letting go of control doesn't mean you give up or resign yourself to passivity. It means directing your energy wisely toward your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Imagine rowing a small boat down a river. You can't stop the current, but you can learn to steer with precision, adjusting to the flow and moving forward with ease. A valuable Stoic practice for this mindset is premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. Each morning, spend a moment imagining potential setbacks, a delayed train, a cancelled meeting, a friend letting you down. By anticipating these possibilities, you make peace with them before they even occur. When they do, you'll find yourself far more prepared to accept them calmly. Letting go of control isn't a weakness. It's an extraordinary act of strength. It's a form of freedom. When you stop clinging to what you can't hold, you create space for peace, creativity, and inner power. Begin with small steps. Resist the urge to argue someone into agreeing with you. Stop replaying the past. Stop grasping for guarantees in life. Life is like a river, always flowing, often unpredictable. But when you learn to stop resisting and instead navigate with grace, you discover that peace isn't something you need to chase. It's something you create, moment by moment, choice by choice. When people don't act the way we expect them to, it's easy to feel upset or disappointed. But have you ever paused to wonder why we even expect perfection from others or the world around us? According to Stoic philosophy, this expectation of perfection is not only unrealistic, but also a major source of emotional suffering. The idea that everything should go according to our standards is an illusion, and by recognizing this, we begin to free ourselves from the negative emotions that arise when reality doesn't meet our demands. Reflect on your experiences. Have you ever been let down because a coworker didn't do their part, causing setbacks in your own work? Or maybe you felt hurt when someone close to you didn't keep a promise or said something unkind. These situations are not rare, yet we often react with the assumption that people should be flawless. But is that a fair expectation? The Stoic philosopher Epictetus teaches that it's not the events themselves that disturb us, but rather our judgments about those events. Our anger and frustration don't come from what people do, but from how we choose to view their actions. The world is naturally messy, unpredictable, and flawed. It was never meant to function according to our preferences. Trying to mold it to our will only leads to suffering. Let's consider a specific case. Imagine you spent days preparing for a vital presentation. You gave it your all, but right before it began, the colleague in charge of the supporting materials made some critical mistakes or left out important content. The initial reaction might be overwhelming frustration. You might think, how could they be so careless after all my effort? But from a Stoic viewpoint, this reaction doesn't serve you. The mistake has already happened, and blaming someone else only increases your distress. A more empowering response would be to ask, what can I do right now to make the best of this situation? Accepting that people make mistakes allows you to stay calm and think clearly, which in turn helps you find better solutions. Stoicism teaches that our focus should remain on what we can control. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, advised that we begin each day by reminding ourselves we will likely encounter rudeness, ingratitude, arrogance, betrayal, hostility, and selfishness. These aren't exceptions to the rule, they are part of life. He explained that such behaviors stem from ignorance, from a lack of understanding about what is truly good or bad. By anticipating these imperfections, we mentally prepare ourselves to respond with patience and strength. This isn't about being negative, it's about being realistic and equipping ourselves emotionally to handle life's unpredictability. Embracing the world's imperfections can also change the way we handle everyday conflicts. When someone fails to keep a promise, rather than immediately feeling betrayed, you can remind yourself that everyone is fighting battles you can't see. If you're feeling misunderstood, resist the urge to become defensive. Instead, calmly try to clarify your thoughts. Perhaps the other person didn't mean to offend, but simply didn't grasp your perspective. If someone is rude or critical, ask yourself whether their words truly injure you or whether it's your own interpretation that's creating the pain. To accept imperfection doesn't mean we stop trying to grow or improve the world around us. On the contrary, this mindset liberates us. When we stop demanding that others meet our personal standards, we free ourselves from constant disappointment and can instead invest our energy in what truly matters. Take personal relationships, for example. We often expect our partner to understand us completely, to instinctively know our feelings and needs. But even the most loving person can't read your mind. When you stop blaming them for not meeting your unspoken expectations and instead ask yourself whether you could express your needs more clearly, you not only reduce frustration, but also strengthen your relationship through better communication. When we truly embrace imperfection, we begin to find beauty in flaws. The co-worker who forgets deadlines, the friend who lets you down, the stranger who speaks harshly, all of these become chances to practice compassion and resilience. Ask yourself, have I ever made mistakes? If you desire understanding and forgiveness from others, shouldn't you be willing to extend the same to them? This shift in thinking reminds us that every human being is flawed, just as we are, and most are doing the best they can with the circumstances they face. Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, said that true freedom belongs to the brave. Having the courage to face and accept imperfection is not only a sign of compassion, it is a key to inner peace. You don't need a perfect world to be happy. When you stop expecting perfection from people or from life, you take a massive weight off your shoulders. Marcus Aurelius noted that your life's happiness depends on the quality of your thoughts. By training your mind to accept life as it is, not as you wish it to be, you begin to find peace amidst the chaos. This approach doesn't mean settling for less or tolerating harmful behavior. Rather, it's about mastering the art of living, one based on clarity, patience, and wisdom. As we start to accept the world's flaws, we arrive at a deeper realization. The way we feel about life's events is not dictated by the events themselves, but by our internal responses. This leads us to an even more personal challenge, learning to take responsibility for our emotions. The outside world is full of disorder, and people will often fail to meet our expectations. Things will rarely go exactly as we plan, but must these things shake us to our core? Accepting life's external imperfections is one part of the equation. The more difficult and more rewarding part is learning to regulate how we respond emotionally to what happens around us. This brings up a vital question. Who really controls your feelings? You or the circumstances you encounter? Stoic philosophy urges us to confront this truth head-on. Picture yourself standing in a crowded supermarket line on a hectic weekend. The place is buzzing with noise and stress. Suddenly, someone cuts in front of you without saying a word. No apology, no acknowledgement. Almost immediately, you feel a surge of irritation. You might think, "How rude." The impulse to speak up angrily or to stew in frustration is strong. But here's where you can take a pause and reflect. Is this person's inconsiderate action really worth disrupting your peace? They may have acted poorly, but your emotions are still your responsibility. Why should you allow their behavior to take charge of how you feel? If you choose calmness, you'll notice something powerful. The irritation begins to melt away. That person may continue without ever realizing what they did, but their behavior no longer has any control over your mood. The cue may take a few minutes longer, but your inner stability remains untouched. What could have been a spark for hours of negativity turns into just another moment in the day, easily forgotten. Every day, we unknowingly give others control over our emotions. A harsh comment, a dismissive look, or a forgotten favor can make us feel hurt or angry. But why do we give other people such power over our emotional state? Marcus Aurelius, emperor and philosopher, reminded us that we have complete control over our minds, even if we can't control outside events. In that control lies our strength. His insight reveals a timeless truth. While you can't determine how others behave, you always have the power to choose how you respond. Think back to a time when you were unjustly criticized, maybe at work or by someone close to you. The natural reaction might have been anger, maybe even a desire to defend yourself. But imagine if, in that moment, you had reminded yourself that your value doesn't depend on one person's opinion, and that your peace of mind is not up for negotiation. That would change everything. How can we begin to develop this level of emotional mastery? The answer lies in simple but powerful practices. Start by learning to harness the power of the pause. When something upsets you, resist the immediate impulse to react. Instead, ask yourself a few key questions. Am I overreacting? Or, is this moment really worth disturbing my peace? This brief pause, though seemingly small, creates a vital gap between the trigger and your response. In that space, you gain the ability to make a conscious choice, to choose calm over chaos, wisdom over impulse. Another deeply effective approach, one rooted in ancient Stoic tradition, is to keep a daily journal of your emotions. Each evening, take a few quiet moments to reflect. Ask yourself, what stirred my emotions today? What situations challenged my inner balance? How did I respond? And could I have chosen a wiser response? This daily practice is more than just writing. It's a mirror into your emotional life. Over time, it reveals patterns, moments where you consistently lose your composure, and gives you the clarity and discipline to change your reactions. Slowly but surely, this builds a resilient mindset. Owning your emotions is the cornerstone of a more peaceful life. The truth is, no one can truly make you angry or upset unless you give them that power. The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius captured this timeless wisdom when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." These words are not just theory, they are a call to action. They remind us that emotions, while powerful, are our possession. They are not the result of what someone else says or does, but of how we interpret and internalize the situation. Your peace of mind is your responsibility. When you learn to protect it, fiercely but calmly, you will find that very little in this world can truly disturb your inner spirit. So ask yourself, does this way of thinking resonate with you? If it does, take a moment to like this message and share your own thoughts in the comments. I'd truly love to hear your personal stories and reflections. And if you see things differently, I welcome your perspective as well. Your insights might ignite a meaningful and enriching conversation that helps us all grow. Let's keep growing together as we move forward into the next timeless principle. Lesson number 6. Practice non-reaction. In life, unexpected moments often catch us by surprise. A colleague might publicly criticize you during a meeting, leaving you stunned and embarrassed. A stranger may rudely cut in front of you in a line you've been patiently standing in. Or someone might throw a sharp and careless remark your way, leaving you feeling offended or even angry. These types of encounters, though they may seem small, can easily shake your mood and stir up feelings of resentment and frustration. But is there a better way to handle such moments? Is there a way to remain grounded and composed, even when others act out of line? The answer lies in mastering the ancient yet powerful art of non-reaction. Epictetus, one of the great voices of Stoicism, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This simple truth holds immense power. When you pause and reflect on it, you begin to see that your emotional state is not determined by other people's behavior, but by how you choose to perceive and respond to it. Take the earlier example of being criticized during a meeting. Your initial reaction might be to feel embarrassed or irritated, especially if the criticism is public and unexpected. You might feel the urge to immediately defend yourself or push back to protect your pride. But what if you paused instead? What if, in that brief space between stimulus and response, you asked yourself, "Why should I let this define my mood or my worth?" That colleague's hasty or insensitive words don't actually diminish your capabilities. They only reflect their own mindset in that moment. By choosing not to react emotionally, you protect your peace, maintain your professionalism, and show strength, not weakness. Consider an alternative and more stoic approach. You smile calmly and respond, "Thank you for the feedback. I'll address that after I finish presenting my ideas." With that single response, you seize control of the situation. The colleague, expecting a defensive reaction, is instead met with grace and composure. And you, rather than being flustered or rattled, walk away from the meeting with confidence and inner calm. This is the quiet power of non-reaction. Seneca, another towering figure of Stoicism, once advised, "The greatest remedy for anger is delay." One of the most effective ways to master non-reaction is to give yourself time. When someone insults you or challenges you unfairly, resist the temptation to fire back immediately. Instead, take a breath. Reflect. If the conflict is over email, delay your reply by an hour or even a full day. Time grants you clarity, and clarity allows you to respond wisely rather than impulsively. Sometimes the strongest response is silence. Choosing not to retaliate doesn't mean you are weak. On the contrary, it means you are in full control. By refusing to be provoked, you remain the master of your inner state. There's a wise old saying, if a donkey kicks you and you kick back, you're both donkeys. This humorous yet profound parable teaches that reacting to negativity with more negativity only pulls you down to the same level. But when you rise above it, when you choose not to engage, you preserve your dignity and your peace. Picture a heated argument. Each word adds fuel to the fire, but then imagine one person stops speaking. They no longer react. Eventually the flames die down. Without fuel, anger cannot survive. The one who steps back from the conflict emerges not as weak, but as wise. They have chosen peace over pride and have protected their emotional balance. Take a moment to reflect. When was the last time you lost your temper over something that in hindsight was trivial? Was the anger worth it? If you could return to that moment, would you respond differently? These are powerful questions that invite us to become more self-aware and more in control of ourselves. Marcus Aurelius captured it best when he wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." This wisdom isn't abstract, it's practical. It means that even in the chaos of life, you always have the power to reclaim your peace. Mastering non-reaction doesn't mean you accept mistreatment or remain passive in the face of injustice. It means you become discerning, choosing where your energy is best spent and refusing to waste it on meaningless provocation. By embracing non-reaction, you gain emotional mastery. You protect your peace. You develop a strong, grounded soul that cannot be easily shaken by outside forces. Remind yourself every day, you cannot control the actions of others, but you can always control your response. In a world full of noise, calmness, silence, and an unshaken heart are your greatest strengths. This is the essence of Stoicism. Now, let's explore the next vital teaching. Lesson number 7. Find joy in selflessness. As we learn to stay calm and resist the urge to react hastily to the world around us, something remarkable begins to happen. Our inner world begins to lighten. The burdens we once carried, anger, irritation, resentment, begin to lift. The things that used to trigger us now feel like minor ripples in the vast river of life. And in that space where bitterness used to reside, something new and beautiful takes root. A quiet, radiant joy. The joy of understanding, of compassion, and of giving without expectation. As our hearts soften and open, we make room for empathy and love. We begin to see that sometimes the most powerful way to protect our peace is to simply forgive, to let go, to offer kindness even when it is not returned. This is not weakness, it is transcendence. It is the mind finding clarity and the heart expanding to embrace others, even those who fall short. Marcus Aurelius beautifully reminds us in his writings that when we wake in the morning, we should take a moment to reflect on the privilege of being alive. to think, to experience joy, and to love. These are gifts that each new day provides. These simple yet profound words serve as a gentle reminder of the blessings life offers us. Every morning is an opportunity to love, to help others, and to live with a heart that is more open and receptive than it was the day before. Through the lens of Marcus Aurelius, forgiveness is not something distant or difficult to attain. It is simply an awareness that helping others brings joy, not just to them, but also to ourselves. I recall a story about a friend who worked in a highly stressful environment where he was frequently criticized, sometimes unfairly, by his colleagues. Instead of responding with anger or frustration, he chose to pause and reflect. He asked himself, "Are they going through something that I don't know about?" One day, he learned that a colleague who had been particularly critical was facing severe financial struggles. This revelation changed his entire perspective. Rather than retaliating, he chose to remain silent, to listen, and even offered help when he could. Over time, this approach not only improved their relationship, but also created a more positive and less tense atmosphere in the workplace. The same principle can be applied to our family lives. Minor disagreements in families often have the potential to escalate into major arguments. Imagine having a relative who constantly criticizes you, no matter what you do. Their words might hurt deeply, but it's important to remember that their criticism often comes from their own insecurities or struggles, rather than from a genuine desire to hurt you. When you understand this, it becomes much easier to disarm your own anger. Choosing forgiveness doesn't mean you accept wrongdoing. It means you choose not to let it dictate how you feel or control your emotional state. Anger frequently arises from our expectations of others. We expect people to behave according to our standards, but life is inherently imperfect. Everyone carries unseen burdens, and recognizing this fact allows us to let go of our expectations. Once these expectations fade, there is no longer a reason for anger to take root. The beauty of forgiveness is that it not only helps us move beyond anger, but also brings a deep sense of joy and relief. Reflect for a moment. Can you recall a time when you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it feel? It was likely a peaceful, fulfilling experience, one that brought a sense of purpose and joy that surpassed any material reward. Epictetus once wisely stated, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Practicing forgiveness is not only about giving to others, it is about reclaiming control over our own emotions. It is a form of spiritual freedom, a state of peace that cannot be bought with material wealth. Modern research supports this idea. People who regularly engage in acts of kindness and selflessness report higher levels of happiness. The teachings of Stoicism, which have endured for millennia, understood this truth deeply. Forgiveness is not merely a moral virtue, it is a path to a fuller, more meaningful life. Take a moment to ask yourself, can I see this situation from the other person's perspective? What might be driving their behavior? These questions, when practiced regularly, can help ease discomfort and foster understanding. When was the last time you helped someone without expecting anything in return? How did it make you feel? Reflecting on such moments can guide you toward practicing forgiveness daily. It doesn't have to be a complicated or difficult process. Sometimes, it's as simple as showing patience with someone's carelessness or refraining from trying to control things that are beyond your power. Instead of clinging to anger, focus on bettering yourself. When you extend kindness to someone, be grateful for the opportunity to do so and let go of any resentment. Seneca, in his timeless wisdom, beautifully said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. Wherever life places us, we have the chance to offer compassion. Choose forgiveness, not just for others, but also for yourself." Through giving and understanding, we build a better world for both ourselves and those around us. Forgiveness is not just an action. It is the key to living freely and peacefully. In conclusion, we have explored 7 methods for maintaining inner peace and remaining unaffected by the anger or annoyance caused by others. These principles are not merely philosophical musings. They are practical tools that guide us toward true inner freedom. By embracing acceptance, we learn to align with life itself. By letting go of judgment, we free ourselves from the burdens of bias. By relinquishing control and embracing imperfection, we take responsibility for our emotions and practice non-reactivity. All of these steps bring us closer to genuine self-mastery. Along this journey, finding joy in compassion becomes the greatest gift we can offer, not just to others, but to ourselves as well. If you found this video helpful and have not yet liked it, please take a moment to do so. Your support truly helps us spread these positive values. Don't hesitate to share this video with your loved ones, as even a small message can brighten someone's day. And be sure to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on more inspiring content coming your way. Imagine facing immense challenges and adversities only to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. What if you could tap into an ancient source of wisdom to guide you through life's trials today? Let's explore the teachings of Marcus Aurelius, a great Roman emperor and philosopher, and discover how his timeless wisdom can help us build resilience and inner strength when faced with adversity. Marcus Aurelius, despite being one of the most powerful men of his time, encountered countless struggles, from political upheavals to personal losses. Amid these challenges, he wrote his deeply introspective and insightful book, Meditations, as a way of self-improvement and reflection. His personal thoughts have inspired countless people over the centuries, providing guidance on how to live a virtuous and fulfilling life. In today's fast-paced and uncertain world, resilience and inner strength are more essential than ever. We are constantly faced with changes in our careers, relationships, and personal lives. What if we could learn to navigate these changes with grace and wisdom, turning adversity into an opportunity for growth and self-discovery? This is where Marcus Aurelius's Meditations can help. As a philosopher and historical figure, he emphasized the importance of cultivating inner virtues and practicing self-control. By focusing on what we can control, our thoughts, emotions, and actions, we can overcome external circumstances and maintain balance and serenity. In essence, Stoicism teaches us to be the architects of our own happiness and well-being, no matter the challenges we face. In this video, we'll dive into 10 timeless life lessons from Marcus Aurelius that will help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons offer practical advice for dealing with difficult situations and will inspire us to develop a more resilient mindset in daily life. By applying his wisdom, we can become better equipped to deal with adversity, grow from our experiences, and ultimately live a more fulfilling life. As we journey through these lessons, we'll explore the importance of controlling our thoughts and perceptions, accepting what we cannot change, focusing on the present moment, cultivating humility and empathy, and much more. Whether you're facing personal or professional setbacks or seeking guidance on living a more balanced life, Marcus Aurelius's teachings can serve as a powerful source of wisdom and inspiration. Lesson 1. Control your perception. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. Our perception of the world shapes our reality, influencing how we react to situations, interact with others, and ultimately feel about ourselves. By recognizing that our reactions are based on our perspectives, we can let go of the urge to control what's beyond our reach. A useful technique for cultivating this mindset is detachment. Detachment involves recognizing the impermanent nature of life, understanding that everything is subject to change. By embracing this, we can develop a more balanced perspective and learn to flow with life's natural changes. When faced with a challenge, remind yourself that this too shall pass, and approach the situation with an open heart and mind. Meditation can also help promote acceptance. Setting aside time each day to calm your mind and observe your thoughts and emotions helps you develop a better understanding of your reactions. This increased self-awareness allows you to more easily recognize when you're struggling to accept what can't be changed and adopt a more receptive mindset. Learning to accept the things we cannot change is essential for building resilience and inner strength. By practicing awareness, detachment, and meditation, we can cultivate a more balanced approach to life's challenges. This mindset not only helps us face adversity with grace, but also allows us to appreciate life's beauty and richness. Marcus Aurelius beautifully captures this philosophy. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. His emphasis on living in the present moment reminds us not to be consumed by past regrets or future anxieties. By focusing on the here and now, we can experience life more fully and find peace and contentment. Living in the present moment offers numerous benefits: reduced stress and anxiety, increased self-awareness, and improved mental well-being. When we practice mindfulness, we engage fully with our experiences and emotions without being distracted by worries. This heightened awareness allows us to better understand ourselves and our environment, promoting personal growth and self-discovery. One way to cultivate mindfulness is through meditation. To practice, find a quiet space, sit comfortably, and focus on your breath. When thoughts and emotions arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return your focus to your breath. Doing this for just 5 minutes a day can significantly improve your well-being. Another effective way to stay present is by incorporating mindful activities into your daily routine. For example, try mindful eating, where you fully savor each bite and pay attention to the flavors and textures of your food, or mindful walking, where you focus on the sensations in your body and the environment around you. By making mindfulness a part of everyday life, you can become more attuned to the present moment and develop a deeper awareness of your thoughts and emotions. Consider setting aside time each day for reflection. Writing in a journal is a great way to process your experiences and emotions, helping you stay present and recognize patterns in your thoughts and behaviors. This practice can provide valuable insights, helping you make more conscious choices moving forward. Lesson 4. Cultivate humility and empathy. Before you criticize someone, ask yourself, which of my own faults most resemble what I'm about to criticize? Humility and empathy are essential for building resilience and inner strength. These virtues help us develop stronger relationships, foster a compassionate mindset, and remind us to reflect on our own imperfections before judging others. By practicing humility, we acknowledge that we are not perfect and that we can learn from others, regardless of their status or background. This attitude makes us more receptive to feedback and personal growth, helping us overcome challenges and adapt more effectively. To practice humility in daily life, focus on listening more and speaking less. Pay attention to others' ideas and opinions and remain open to the possibility that you may be wrong or have something to learn. Be willing to admit mistakes and take responsibility for your actions. This openness can foster personal growth and a more resilient mindset. Empathy involves understanding and connecting with others by putting yourself in their shoes. It enables you to navigate difficult situations and strengthens your relationships, making you more resilient in the face of adversity. To develop empathy, practice active listening. Give others your full attention, strive to understand without judgment, and ask open-ended questions to encourage deeper conversations. Volunteering and engaging in acts of service can also help you build empathy by offering insights into the struggles and emotions of others. Humility and empathy are key to building resilience and inner strength. By practicing active listening, self-reflection, and compassion, we can develop a more empathetic and humble perspective on life. Lesson 5. Practice gratitude. When you wake up in the morning, remember how precious the gift of life is: breathing, thinking, enjoying, and loving. Marcus Aurelius reminds us of the power and importance of gratitude. By focusing on our blessings and appreciating the beauty of life, we can cultivate a more positive mindset and build resilience in the face of challenges. Studies show that expressing gratitude regularly leads to increased happiness, better mental health, stronger relationships, and even improved physical health. Grateful people tend to experience lower stress and anxiety levels and are better equipped to handle difficult situations. To integrate gratitude into your daily life, start a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you're grateful for, no matter how big or small. This simple practice helps shift your focus from negative thoughts to positive ones, allowing you to recognize the good things that often go unnoticed. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing appreciation to others. Take time to thank your friends, family, and colleagues for their support and kindness. Acknowledging the value of their contributions not only strengthens your relationships, but also reinforces your sense of gratitude. Also, make a habit of reflecting on your personal growth. Recognize the achievements and challenges you've overcome, and appreciate the lessons learned along the way. By focusing on the journey you've traveled, you can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for the experiences that have shaped you. Paying attention to the present moment also plays a crucial role in developing gratitude. Notice small joys and pleasures, like the warmth of the sun or the laughter of a loved one, and savor these moments. Practicing gratitude in this way helps you appreciate life's simple gifts, enhancing your overall well-being and building resilience. Lesson 6. Embrace adversity as an opportunity for growth. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In this powerful lesson, Marcus Aurelius teaches us to see adversity not as an insurmountable obstacle, but as an opportunity for personal growth and self-development. By shifting our perspective on challenges and setbacks, we can cultivate greater resilience and inner strength, allowing us to embrace the growth that adversity offers. Challenges provide avenues for personal growth in various ways, such as helping us build new skills, gain valuable experience, and learn more about ourselves and our abilities. Overcoming adversity can also boost our self-confidence as we recognize our capability to face difficult situations and emerge stronger. To reframe adversity as a growth opportunity, Start by adopting a growth mindset, the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. When confronted with a challenge, ask yourself what skills or knowledge you can gain from the experience and how it can help you become a better, more capable person. Another helpful technique is to practice reframing negative thoughts. When facing a difficult situation, try to identify the negative thoughts that arise and consciously transform them into positive, empowering statements. For example, if you think, "I'll never be able to handle this," reframe it as, "This is a challenging situation, but I can learn and grow from it." You can also draw inspiration from the lives of others who have overcome adversity. Research famous figures, read biographies, or listen to podcasts about individuals who faced significant challenges and turned them into stepping stones for success. These examples serve as powerful reminders of the growth potential present in every obstacle. Lastly, consider seeking support from friends, family, or professionals when facing adversity. Surrounding yourself with a support network can offer valuable encouragement, advice, and fresh perspectives, helping you see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable barriers. Embracing adversity as a growth opportunity is key to building resilience and inner strength. By adopting a growth mindset, reframing negative thoughts, seeking inspiration, and relying on support from others, we can view challenges as chances to learn, grow, and become better versions of ourselves. Lesson 7. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the vital role that rational thinking plays in our happiness and our ability to overcome adversity. By guiding our thoughts and actions with reason, we can make more informed decisions, manage our emotions better, and face challenges with greater clarity and resilience. Rational thinking helps us assess situations objectively, identify potential solutions, and weigh the pros and cons of each option. By approaching challenges logically, we can minimize the influence of impulsive emotions such as fear or anger, which often cloud our judgment and lead to poor decisions. To develop rational thinking, practice critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions, evaluating evidence, and considering alternative viewpoints. When faced with a difficult situation, step back and ask yourself what assumptions you might be making, whether there's enough evidence to support your beliefs, and if there are alternative solutions you may have overlooked. Another way to cultivate rational thinking is through regular self-reflection. By periodically examining our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our motivations, biases, and thinking patterns. This self-awareness helps us recognize when our thoughts might be influenced by emotions or false assumptions, allowing us to shift toward a more logical approach. It's also essential to practice emotional regulation, as strong emotions can interfere with rational thinking. Techniques such as mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help manage emotions more effectively, creating the mental space needed for clear and logical thinking. Lastly, seek opportunities to enhance your problem-solving skills. Engage in activities that challenge your mind, like solving puzzles, playing strategy games, or participating in debates. These experiences can strengthen your logical thinking abilities and improve your capacity to face adversity with reason and clarity. Guided by reason, we can approach life's challenges with greater clarity and success. By practicing critical thinking, engaging in self-reflection, managing emotions, and honing problem-solving skills, we can develop a rational mindset that supports our resilience and growth. Lesson 8. Cultivating inner peace. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that the quality of our thoughts greatly affects our emotional state and inner peace. Cultivating inner peace is essential for building resilience and maintaining emotional balance, as it helps us face challenges more effectively while preserving a sense of calm. Inner peace is important for several reasons. First, it enables us to manage stress and anxiety more effectively. When we are at peace with ourselves, we can handle life's pressures and uncertainties with greater ease. This emotional equilibrium helps prevent burnout, reduces the risk of mental health issues, and promotes overall well-being. Second, inner peace allows us to think more clearly and make better decisions. When our minds are not clouded by emotional turmoil, we can approach challenges with greater clarity and focus. This enables us to develop more effective solutions and strategies. One way to cultivate inner peace is by engaging in activities that bring joy and relaxation, such as spending time in nature, dedicating yourself to hobbies, or connecting with loved ones. Prioritizing self-care and participating in soul-nourishing activities can help replenish your emotional reserves, promoting a sense of balance and tranquility. It's also crucial to develop healthy ways to deal with stress and negative emotions. This might include practicing deep breathing exercises or engaging in physical activities like yoga or hiking. These techniques can help redirect your attention and restore emotional equilibrium. Additionally, adopting a regular gratitude practice can promote inner peace. By focusing on the positive aspects of your life and expressing gratitude for your blessings, you can cultivate a more optimistic perspective. If you've made it this far, congratulations. Consider yourself strong, as many people give up along the way. Leave a comment saying, "I am a new person," to show your strength and determination. Now that you've made it this far, you're definitely going to stay until the end. Lesson 9. Embrace what is spiritually superior, regardless of what others think or do. In this lesson, Marcus Aurelius urges us to detach from external events and circumstances, focusing instead on our internal values and spiritual growth. By not seeking validation or satisfaction from external sources, we can develop greater resilience and inner strength. The benefits of detachment are numerous. It helps maintain emotional stability in the face of adversity, prevents excessive attachment to outcomes, possessions, or others' opinions, and reduces stress, anxiety, and disappointment. To cultivate detachment in everyday life, start by becoming more aware of your thoughts and reactions to external events. Observe your emotions and thoughts without clinging to them. This increased self-awareness helps you recognize when you're overly invested in external circumstances and allows you to consciously redirect your focus inward. Another way to practice detachment is by regularly reminding yourself of life's impermanence. Acknowledge that possessions, relationships, and circumstances change, and that seeking lasting happiness from these external sources is ultimately futile. Instead, focus on finding contentment and inner fulfillment through personal growth, values, and spirituality. Developing a strong sense of identity and knowing your core values also helps cultivate detachment. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, it becomes easier to let go of external factors that don't align with your values. Take time to reflect on your core beliefs and let them guide your decisions and actions. Engage in regular spiritual or reflective practices such as meditation, journaling, or prayer. These practices deepen your connection with your inner self, foster detachment from external influences, and encourage a greater focus on personal growth and spiritual development. practicing detachment from external events and circumstances is a powerful tool for building resilience and inner strength. By cultivating mindfulness, embracing impermanence, understanding your values, and engaging in spiritual practices, you can face life's challenges with greater grace and equanimity. Lesson 10. Appreciate what you have rather than long for what you don't. In this final lesson, Marcus Aurelius highlights the importance of perseverance and maintaining momentum in the face of adversity. By focusing on the blessings we already possess and nurturing a growth mindset, we can continue to evolve even through challenges. Perseverance is key to overcoming adversity, as it allows us to push through obstacles, learn from setbacks, and keep moving forward toward our goals, building resilience and inner strength along the way. To stay motivated and maintain a growth mindset, begin by setting clear, achievable goals that align with your values and passions. Having a clear vision of what you want to achieve will help you stay focused and motivated, even in the face of obstacles. Break down your goals into smaller, manageable steps and celebrate your progress as you go. Another way to maintain motivation is by practicing self-compassion. Recognize that setbacks and challenges are natural parts of life, and treat yourself with kindness when facing difficulties. By cultivating self-compassion, you can maintain a positive attitude and keep moving forward, even when things are tough. Surrounding yourself with supportive, like-minded individuals can also help keep you motivated. Seek out friends, mentors, or support groups who share your values and goals, and draw inspiration from their successes and experiences. Set aside regular time to reflect on your progress, recognizing the obstacles you've overcome, the skills you've gained, and the growth you've achieved along the way. Maintaining perseverance and momentum is essential for overcoming adversity and building resilience. By practicing self-compassion, surrounding yourself with supportive individuals, and reflecting on your progress, you can sustain your motivation and keep moving forward, no matter what challenges life presents. We've just explored 10 powerful life lessons from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations that can help us build resilience and inner strength. These lessons offer insights on how to manage our perceptions, accept what we cannot change, focus on the present, develop humility and empathy, practice gratitude, embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, be guided by reason, cultivate inner peace, practice detachment, and maintain constant momentum. By integrating these timeless teachings into our daily lives, we can foster personal growth, overcome adversity, and live more meaningful and purpose-driven lives. It's important to remember that building resilience and inner strength is a lifelong journey. Applying these lessons takes time, practice, and dedication. As you continue to face challenges, turn to the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and strive to live according to the principles he expressed. Doing so will not only make you more resilient and resourceful in difficult times, but also help you discover a deeper sense of inner peace, purpose, and fulfillment. As we conclude, I encourage you to reflect on these 10 lessons and think about how you can apply them to your own journey of personal growth and self-discovery. Remember, Marcus Aurelius's wisdom is a timeless guide that can help you navigate life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and resilience. If you've made it this far, be sure to comment the phrase, "I am a new person," so I know this video has made a positive impact on your life. Let me introduce you to a Stoic philosopher you'll find truly fascinating, Epictetus. Born into slavery, he faced adversity from the very beginning, yet he managed to rise above his circumstances in a truly stoic way. Despite enduring a life that most would find unbearable, Epictetus didn't let his external conditions define his inner world. He focused on what he could control, his thoughts and reactions. It's like that Stoic concept of you have power over your mind, not outside events. He later became a prominent philosopher, teaching Stoicism and inspiring countless others. He emphasized the importance of living in accordance with nature and mastering our desires. His teachings are like a guide to finding peace and contentment, no matter what life throws at you. So, when you're grappling with life's challenges or striving for a deeper sense of purpose, think of Epictetus. His story and Stoic wisdom can serve as a lantern in the darkness, helping you navigate your journey with resilience and inner strength. Let's delve into his world of Stoicism together and discover the gems of wisdom it offers for our own lives. The only thing I ask of you is not to skip this video in any way. If you're here, consider yourself different from the majority. Consider yourself an exception. Now act like one and don't skip any part of the content. 1. Amor fati. Embrace your fate. You know, there's this fascinating Stoic concept called amor fati, which essentially means loving your fate. It's about embracing not just the good things that happen in life, but also the challenges and setbacks. Imagine seeing every obstacle as an opportunity for growth and transformation. It's like saying, "Hey life, throw whatever you want at me and I'll find a way to make the most of it." Life is unpredictable, right? Sometimes things don't go the way we plan, and that's where amor fati comes in. It encourages us to accept the hand we are dealt and find a way to turn even the toughest situations into something positive. It's about resilience, about saying, "I won't let circumstances define me. I'll define how I respond to them." 2. Serve others. Contribute to the common good. I've always been inspired by the Stoic idea of serving others. It's not just about being selfless. It's about understanding that when we contribute positively to our community or the world, it not only benefits others, but also brings a deep sense of purpose and fulfillment to our own lives. It's like this beautiful cycle of giving and receiving. Think about it. When you help someone or make a positive impact on their life, it's like planting a seed of goodness, and that seed grows, not just in their life, but also in yours. You feel this sense of connection, of making a meaningful difference. It's a reminder that we're not alone on this journey. We're all interconnected. 3. Memento mori. Remember your mortality. Have you ever heard of memento mori? It's a Latin phrase that means, remember you will die. Now I know that might sound a bit morbid at first, but it's actually a powerful reminder to live each day to the fullest. Imagine waking up every morning with the thought that this day might be your last. It's a call to appreciate life, cherish moments, and make every day count. Memento mori isn't about dwelling on death. It's about embracing life with a sense of urgency and purpose. It's like having a little voice in your head that says, "Hey, time is precious. Don't waste it on things that don't matter." It's about prioritizing what truly brings you joy and fulfillment, both in your actions and your relationships. 4. Self-discipline. Your internal compass. So, self-discipline. It's like having your own internal compass. It's the ability to stay on track and focused, especially when life throws distractions or temptations our way. It's about making choices that align with your long-term goals, even when the easy path might lead you astray. Think of it as the secret sauce to achieving your dreams. It's about taking consistent action, even when you don't feel like it. Self-discipline helps you build good habits, whether it's in your work, your health, or your personal growth. It's like having that friend who keeps you accountable to your best self. 5. Morning routine. Your blueprint for success. Picture your morning routine as the foundation of your day. It's that intentional time in the morning where you set the tone for how the rest of the day will unfold. Whether it's meditation, exercise, or simply planning your day, it's a way to start with purpose and clarity. A morning routine is like your daily blueprint for success. It's not about being rigid, but about creating a space for self-care and personal growth. When you start your day intentionally, it's amazing how it positively impacts your productivity and overall well-being. It's like giving yourself a head start in the marathon of life. 6. Essentialism. Simplify your life. Essentialism is all about simplifying your life. Think of it like decluttering not just your physical space, but also your mind. It's about recognizing what truly matters and focusing on that while letting go of unnecessary distractions. By doing this, you create space for what's important. Imagine your life as a room filled with various objects. Some are valuable, some are junk, and some are just taking up space. Essentialism is like going through that room, identifying the valuables, and getting rid of the clutter. It's about saying no to things that don't align with your values or goals, and yes to what truly matters. This practice brings clarity and a sense of purpose to your life. 7. Adaptability. Embrace change. Life can be unpredictable, right? So adaptability is like your superpower in dealing with change. It's about being flexible and finding new ways forward when things don't go as planned. Instead of getting stuck, you pivot and make the most out of challenging situations. Think of it as being like a bamboo tree in a storm. It bends and sways with the wind, but doesn't break. Adaptability is about not resisting change, but embracing it as an opportunity for growth. It's a mindset that says, I can handle whatever life throws my way. It helps you thrive in a world that's constantly evolving. 8. Action over information. Turning dreams into reality. Imagine having all this knowledge but never applying it. Action is where the magic happens. It's about taking that first step, even if it's a small one, instead of just accumulating information. It's how you turn your dreams into reality. Think about it like this. Imagine you have a treasure map with all the clues to find a hidden treasure. Knowing the map exists is one thing, but taking action to follow the clues and unearth the treasure is another. Action transforms potential into tangible results. It's like having the courage to set sail in search of your dreams, rather than just reading about distant lands. 9. Tolerant with others, strict with yourself, balancing compassion and self-improvement. This one's all about balance. It's about being patient and understanding when dealing with others, but also holding yourself to high standards for personal growth. It's like being kind to others, but also pushing yourself to be the best version of yourself. Balancing tolerance with self-discipline can be a delicate dance. It's about recognizing that we're all on our unique journeys, and sometimes people may not meet our expectations. Instead of judgment, it's about offering understanding and support. At the same time, it's essential to set high standards for your own growth and development. It's like being a friendly coach to yourself, nudging you to reach your full potential. 10. Resilience, bouncing back from life's challenges. You know life can throw some pretty tough punches, right? That's where resilience comes in. It's like having a strong, flexible backbone that helps you bounce back from setbacks and tough times. Instead of seeing obstacles as roadblocks, you see them as opportunities for growth. It's about developing that mental toughness to face adversity head-on and come out even stronger. 11. Empathy. Understanding others. Ever thought about what it's like to walk in someone else's shoes? That's what empathy is all about. It's the ability to truly understand and share the feelings of another person. It's like saying, I see you, I hear you, and I'm here for you. Empathy fosters deep connections with others and helps us navigate the complexities of human relationships with compassion and kindness. 12. Mindfulness. Being present in the moment. You ever catch yourself worrying about the past or stressing about the future? Mindfulness is the antidote. It's about being fully present in the moment, appreciating the here and now. It's like savoring the flavors of a delicious meal or feeling the warmth of the sun on your skin during a walk. Mindfulness brings a sense of calm and clarity to your life, helping you break free from the grip of anxiety and stress. 13. Purpose. Guiding your life. Have you ever wondered, what's my purpose? Purpose in life. It's a big question, but Stoicism offers guidance. Your purpose is like your North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. It's like having a mission that gives your life meaning and direction. It's about waking up every day with a sense of why you do what you do. Purpose fuels your passion and drive, helping you overcome challenges with determination. 14. Continuous learning. Never stop growing. Think about life as a never-ending journey of growth and learning. Stoicism encourages us to never stop seeking knowledge. It's like saying, I'm a student of life, and there's always something new to discover. Continuous learning keeps your mind sharp, your horizons broad, and your perspective fresh. It's like adding vibrant colors to the canvas of your life story. 15. Gratitude. Counting your blessings. Have you ever stopped to think about all the things you're grateful for? Gratitude is like a warm hug for your soul. It's about recognizing and appreciating the people, experiences, and things that enrich your life. It's like saying, thank you, universe, for all these beautiful moments. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what you have, filling your heart with contentment. 16. Patience. Mastering the art of waiting. In a fast-paced world, patience is like a rare gem. It's the ability to wait calmly without getting frustrated. It's like standing in a long line at the grocery store and not feeling the need to rush. Patience is a valuable skill that helps you maintain composure when faced with delays or challenging situations. It's like having a superpower that keeps stress at bay. 17. Kindness. Small acts, big impact. You know, small acts of kindness can have a significant impact on someone's day. Kindness is like sprinkling a little magic wherever you go. It's about being considerate and compassionate, not just to others, but also to yourself. It's like saying, I choose kindness in a world where I can be anything. Kindness creates a ripple effect of positivity that spreads far and wide. 18. Courage. Facing your fears. We all feel afraid sometimes. That's completely normal. But courage is like stepping into the arena despite your fears. It's like saying, I acknowledge my fears, but I won't let them hold me back. Courage empowers you to face challenges head-on, whether it's speaking up for what you believe in or pursuing your dreams. It's like having a fierce inner warrior. 19. Simplicity. Less is more. Have you ever noticed that simplicity can be incredibly freeing? It's about decluttering not just your physical space, but also your mind. Simplicity is like Marie Kondoing your life. It's about letting go of what doesn't serve you and focusing on what truly matters. Simplicity reduces overwhelm and brings a sense of calm and clarity. 20th, honesty, the foundation of trust. Honesty is like the sturdy foundation of a house. It's the basis of trust and integrity in all your relationships. Being honest means being truthful in your words and actions, even when it's difficult. It's like saying, I value honesty and I'll stand by it. Honesty builds trust, and trust builds strong connections with others. 21. Healthy lifestyle, caring for your body and mind. Think of your body and mind as a temple. A healthy lifestyle is like giving that temple the care and respect it deserves. It's about regular exercise, a balanced diet, and self-care. Taking care of your physical and mental health not only makes you feel better, but also equips you to face life's challenges with vitality. 22. Forgiveness, letting go of resentment. You ever held on to a grudge and felt like it was a heavy burden? Forgiveness is like setting yourself free from that weight. It's about letting go of anger and resentment toward others. Forgiveness isn't about condoning someone's actions. It's about releasing yourself from the emotional chains of the past. It's like saying, I choose peace over holding on to pain. 23. Respect, treating others with dignity. Respect is like the golden rule. Treat others how you want to be treated. It's about showing consideration and courtesy to every individual, regardless of their background, beliefs, or differences. Respect fosters harmony and understanding in a diverse world. It's like saying, I honor the inherent worth of every person. 24. Optimism, a brighter perspective. Even in the darkest of times, optimism is like a beacon of light. It's the belief that things can get better no matter how tough they seem. Optimism is a positive outlook on life that can help you weather storms with a hopeful heart. It's like having a sunny disposition that radiates positivity to those around you. 25. Responsibility, owning your choices. Taking responsibility for your choices and actions is like being the captain of your ship. It's about owning up to your mistakes and learning from them. Responsibility means recognizing that your decisions shape your life's course. It's like saying, I'm the author of my own story, and I'll write it with integrity. 26. Balance, harmony in all things. Imagine life as a delicate balancing act. Balance is like ensuring that no area of your life tips the scales too heavily. It's about harmony in work, relationships, and personal growth. Balance prevents burnout and helps you lead a well-rounded life. It's like saying, I'll juggle my priorities to maintain equilibrium. 27. Focus, one task at a time. In a world of distractions, focus is like a superpower. It's the ability to concentrate on one task at a time, avoiding the lure of constant interruptions. Focus enhances productivity and effectiveness. It's like saying, I'll be present and fully engaged in what I'm doing right now. 28. Humility, embracing your imperfections. None of us are perfect, right? That's where humility comes in. It's like saying, I'm flawed, and that's okay. Humility is about recognizing your limitations and acknowledging that you don't have all the answers. It's like having a teachable spirit open to learning from others. 29. Adapt to change. Embrace the flow of life. Life is like a river. always flowing and changing. Embracing change is like being a skilled navigator, adjusting your course as needed. Instead of resisting change, you go with the flow. It's like saying, I'll adapt and grow with the ever-changing currents of life. 30. Mindset. The power of perspective. Ever heard of the saying, it's all in your head? Well, your mindset shapes your reality. A growth mindset is like believing that effort and learning can improve your abilities. It's about saying, I can develop and grow through dedication. Your mindset can turn challenges into opportunities for personal development. 31. Self-reflection, the mirror of the soul. Self-reflection is like looking into a mirror for your soul. It's taking the time to introspect and understand your thoughts, emotions, and actions. It's like saying, let me get to know myself better. Self-reflection helps you grow, make better decisions, and find inner peace. 32. Acceptance of imperfection. Embracing your humanity. We all make mistakes. It's part of being human. Acceptance of imperfection is like giving yourself permission to be imperfect. It's about saying, I'll learn from my flaws and keep growing. This principle reminds us that perfection is an unrealistic goal, and it's okay to stumble along the way. 33. Invest in learning, the currency of growth. Imagine knowledge as a treasure chest. Investing in learning is like filling it with jewels. It's an ongoing commitment to expanding your horizons, acquiring new skills, and gaining fresh perspectives. It's like saying, I'll never stop investing in myself. Learning fuels your personal growth and keeps your mind vibrant. 34. Admire others, recognize and celebrate. It's easy to admire someone's talents or achievements, right? Admiring others is like appreciating a beautiful piece of art. It's about recognizing and celebrating the qualities, skills, or accomplishments of those around you. It's like saying, I see your greatness and I honor it. Admiration builds positive connections and encourages a supportive community. 35. Love unconditionally. A heart without conditions. Unconditional love is like an endless wellspring of affection. It's about loving someone deeply without any expectations or conditions. It's like saying, I love you for who you are, no matter what. This principle fosters profound connections and brings a sense of warmth and belonging. 36. Cultivate relationships, nurturing bonds. Just as a garden needs care to thrive, relationships require cultivation. Cultivating relationships is like tending to a beautiful garden. It's about investing time and effort in nurturing connections with family, friends, and loved ones. It's like saying, I value our bond, and I'll make an effort to strengthen it. Building meaningful relationships enriches your life and brings joy. 37. Punctuality, respecting time. Time is a precious resource, and punctuality is like a gesture of respect. Being punctual means valuing not only your time, but also the time of others. It's like saying, I honor our commitments by being on time. Punctuality enhances reliability and builds trust in your relationships. 38. Graciousness, poise and elegance. Graciousness is like a graceful dance in social interactions. It's about maintaining your composure even in challenging situations. It's like saying, I'll respond with grace and poise. Graciousness radiates a sense of elegance and maturity, enhancing your interactions with others. 39. Savor moments. Find joy in the present. Life is filled with precious moments, and savoring them is like sipping fine wine slowly. It's about fully enjoying and appreciating the small, beautiful moments that often go unnoticed. It's like saying, "This moment is a gift, and I'll savor it." Savoring brings a deeper sense of contentment and mindfulness to your life. 40. Environmental awareness. Caring for our planet. Our planet is our home, and environmental awareness is like being a responsible caretaker. It's about making conscious choices to reduce your carbon footprint and protect the environment. It's like saying, "I'll do my part to preserve the earth for future generations." Environmental awareness contributes to a sustainable and healthier world. 41. Generosity, a heart of giving. Generosity is like an overflowing fountain of kindness. It's about freely sharing your resources, whether it's time, money, or support, with others without expecting anything in return. It's like saying, "I'll spread love and abundance to those in need." Generosity fosters a sense of community and goodwill. 42. Inner peace, harmony within. Inner peace is like having a calm oasis in the midst of life's storms. It's the ability to maintain tranquility and serenity even when faced with challenges. It's like saying, "I'll find solace and clarity in the depths of my being." Inner peace enhances your resilience and emotional well-being. 43. Integrity, the pillar of trust. Integrity is like an unwavering pillar of trustworthiness. It's about aligning your actions with your values and being honest, even when no one is watching. It's like saying, "I'll stand by my principles and do what's right." Integrity builds trust and respect in your personal and professional relationships. 44. Calmness, navigating storm with poise. Calmness is like a steady hand at the helm during turbulent times. It's the ability to maintain composure and grace under pressure. It's like saying, "I'll keep a clear mind and steady heart in the face of chaos." Calmness enhances your decision-making and leadership qualities. 45. Curiosity, eyes wide open. Curiosity is like a constant thirst for knowledge and understanding. It's the desire to explore, learn, and ask questions about the world around you. It's like saying, "I'll remain open to new ideas and endless possibilities." Curiosity keeps your mind engaged and fosters continuous growth. 46. Empowerment, unleash your potential. Empowerment is like a wellspring of inner strength and confidence. It's about recognizing your own abilities and using them to achieve your goals and make a positive impact. It's like saying, "I'll harness my potential to create positive change." Empowerment helps you overcome obstacles and challenges. 47. Resourcefulness, adapting and thriving. Resourcefulness is like a Swiss Army knife for life's challenges. It's the ability to find creative solutions and make the most out of limited resources. It's like saying, "I'll adapt and find innovative ways to overcome obstacles." Resourcefulness enhances your problem-solving skills. 48. Vulnerability, open heart, open connections. Vulnerability is like opening your heart and allowing others to see your authentic self. It's about being honest and transparent, even when it feels uncomfortable. It's like saying, "I'll embrace my imperfections and connect on a deeper level with others." Vulnerability fosters genuine relationships and trust. 49. Balance, mind, body, spirit. Harmony. Balance in mind, body, and spirit is like orchestrating a symphony of well-being. It's about ensuring that your mental, physical, and spiritual health are in harmony. It's like saying, "I'll nourish all aspects of my being for a holistic and fulfilling life." Balance promotes overall wellness and happiness. 50. Mindful consumption. Conscious choices. Mindful consumption is like being a discerning curator of your own life. It's about making conscious choices in what you consume, whether it's food, media, or products, with an awareness of their impact on your well-being and the environment. It's like saying, "I'll choose wisely, aligning my values with my choices." Mindful consumption promotes personal and global sustainability. Before we wrap up this exploration of Stoic principles, I want to express my heartfelt thanks for joining us on this journey. Your time and engagement mean a lot to us. If you found these Stoic principles valuable, please consider leaving a comment to share your thoughts and experiences. Your feedback is greatly appreciated, and if you enjoyed this content, a simple like goes a long way in supporting us and letting us know you'd like to see more of it. If you haven't already, subscribing to our channel ensures you'll stay updated with future content, including more insights into wisdom, philosophy, and personal growth. Thank you once again for being a part of this journey, and we look forward to sharing more wisdom with you in the future. Imagine this. Right now, you have the power to turn your greatest challenges into your most meaningful successes. But how, you may wonder? Today, we're diving into Stoicism, an ancient philosophy that has helped people overcome adversity and find peace in the midst of chaos for centuries. Think back to a time when you faced a situation that tested your patience or shook your confidence. How did you react? Were you controlled by your immediate emotions, or did you choose a response aligned with your core values and beliefs? This is where Stoicism comes in, guiding us to approach life's challenges with courage, wisdom, and composure. Today, we'll explore a powerful idea with ancient roots that is just as relevant today: the practice of training your mind to respond, not react. This isn't just about staying calm in difficult situations. It's about developing a deep awareness and being fully present in the moment. This helps you move through life's ups and downs with intention and grace. The Stoics, ancient thinkers known for their practical outlook on life, had much to say on this topic. They believed that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we interpret and respond to those events. Stoicism encourages us to focus on what's within our power, teaching us to detach from external circumstances and ground ourselves in reason and choice. This wisdom can inspire us to pause, reflect, and choose our actions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Why is this important? Consider how much of our stress, regret, and frustration stem from quick reactions to what others say or do. Imagine being able to stay calm, centered, and thoughtful, even when the world around you is anything but. This isn't just about finding inner peace. It's about becoming a more effective, compassionate, and resilient person. These qualities have the power to transform not only your life, but also the lives of those around you. In today's conversation, we'll explore various strategies that combine insights from modern psychology and Stoic philosophy. These strategies will help you develop a responsive mindset. We'll discuss how to cultivate mindfulness, why responding instead of reacting matters in today's world, how to express emotions constructively, and how to keep the bigger picture in mind, a perspective in which the Stoics excelled. By the end of our discussion, you'll have a toolkit of strategies to help you pause, assess, and respond thoughtfully to whatever life throws your way. Together, we'll learn to anchor ourselves in the wisdom of Stoicism and the power of our own minds to choose how we respond, transforming our experiences and interactions for the better. As we explore the essence of responding over reacting, we enter a space where every thought and action is intentional, echoing the timeless teachings of Stoicism. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers from Greece and Rome, held principles that are incredibly relevant to our fast-paced modern world. They emphasized the importance of mastering our emotions and reactions, teaching that true power lies in our ability to choose how we respond to any situation. So, why is it so important to cultivate the ability to respond rather than react impulsively? Imagine you're in a tense meeting or facing a personal challenge. The natural instinct is often to react immediately, driven by a surge of emotions. While this reaction is instinctive, it's rarely in our best interest. Over time, reactive behavior can escalate conflicts, damage relationships, and lead to decisions we regret. This is where Stoic wisdom proves invaluable. The Stoics advocated for living in harmony with nature and reason, emphasizing that every action should be guided by virtue and rational thought. By adopting this philosophy, we learn to observe our initial impulses, analyze them with reason, and choose actions that align with our core values and long-term goals. Responding instead of reacting means taking a moment to pause when faced with a triggering situation. It's about stepping back to reflect, not only on the external event, but also on your internal response. This pause gives you the opportunity to consider different outcomes and choose the one that is reasoned, balanced, and most importantly, under your control. In practicing this Stoic approach, you're not ignoring or suppressing your emotions. Rather, you acknowledge them, understand their roots, and then decide whether and how they should influence your actions. This process empowers you to engage with the world in a way that preserves your inner peace and integrity, no matter what happens externally. However, the benefits of responding over reacting extend beyond personal peace. It also improves the quality of your relationships, strengthens your leadership, and enhances your resilience in the face of adversity. When you respond thoughtfully, you show respect, understanding, and empathy for others' perspectives, fostering more meaningful and productive interactions. Embarking on the journey to train your mind requires more than just good intentions. It demands intentional and sustained effort, much like the practices advocated by the Stoics. Their timeless wisdom offers valuable guidance for cultivating a responsive rather than reactive mindset in our modern world. Let's first explore the importance of self-awareness, a key pillar of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics stressed the need for introspection and understanding one's own thoughts and motivations. In this context, self-awareness means developing a keen understanding of your mental and emotional states. When you're aware of your thoughts and feelings, you're better equipped to manage them effectively. This heightened awareness helps you recognize the onset of emotional reactions and take the crucial first step toward choosing a more reasoned response. Next, we'll explore the practice of pausing, a simple yet powerful strategy. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor, often spoke of the space between stimulus and response, the moment when we have the power to choose our actions. By cultivating the habit of pausing, we gain the ability to make more intentional, thoughtful decisions in the face of life's challenges. This brief pause can be filled with a deep breath, a moment of reflection, or a short meditation. In this space, we can connect with our inner Stoic, asking ourselves what virtue is needed in the moment and which response aligns with our highest self. Another key strategy is reframing our perspective, a technique the Stoics used to maintain equanimity during difficult times. Reframing involves consciously choosing to view a situation from a new angle, one that reduces its emotional impact and reveals alternative ways to approach it. For example, rather than seeing a challenging work situation as a threat, you might reframe it as an opportunity for growth and resilience. By shifting our narrative, we change our emotional responses and open up new possibilities for action. The Stoics also emphasized focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. By practicing this principle, we learn to direct our energy where it matters most, responding to our thoughts and actions while accepting external events as they happen. This doesn't mean being passive or indifferent. Rather, it's about recognizing where our true power lies and acting with intention and integrity. Finally, consistent self-reflection and adjustment are essential for training the mind. The Stoics practiced daily self-examination, evaluating their actions and progress toward virtue. Similarly, we can end our day by reflecting on our responses, celebrating the moments we chose thoughtful actions, and learning from times when we fell into reactivity. This continuous process of self-assessment and improvement helps us build a responsive mindset and cultivate the wisdom and balance central to Stoicism. By incorporating these strategies into our daily lives, we honor the Stoic legacy while empowering ourselves to live with more purpose, calm, and effectiveness. Through consistent practice, we can reshape our minds, guiding them to respond in ways that reflect our deepest values and aspirations. At its core, mindfulness is about cultivating a deep awareness of the present moment. It involves observing our thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment, which allows us to gain insight into their nature and influence. By practicing mindfulness, we align with the Stoic goal of living with awareness and intention, grounding ourselves firmly in the now. Mindfulness practices for a Stoic life. The only moment we truly have the power to act is the present. One effective way to cultivate mindfulness is through focused attention exercises like breath meditation. By simply observing our breath, each inhale and exhale, we strengthen our ability to concentrate and bring our attention back to the present whenever it wanders. This practice isn't just about relaxation, it's training for the mind, improving our ability to stay focused and present amidst life's distractions. Another key mindfulness practice is mindful observation, which can be applied to any activity. Whether you're eating, walking, or performing routine tasks, you can practice being fully engaged in the moment, observing each aspect with curiosity and openness. This enhances the experience itself and also strengthens your ability to stay focused and responsive in various situations. Body scan meditation is another powerful technique that fosters both body awareness and presence. By slowly scanning through different parts of the body, we develop a deeper connection with our physical selves while also recognizing and releasing built-up tensions and emotions. This practice mirrors Stoic reflection on the body's nature and emphasizes not letting physical sensations overly influence our rational minds. Incorporating mindfulness into our interactions with others can also transform our relationships and communication. By being fully present, listening attentively, and observing without judgment, we foster deeper understanding and connection. This practice aligns with the Stoic value of empathy and the recognition that others too are rational beings navigating their own challenges and experiences. Implementing response over reaction in daily life. By embracing these mindfulness practices, we follow a path laid out by the Stoics, one that leads to greater clarity, tranquility, and effectiveness in our actions. As we cultivate a mindful presence, we equip ourselves with the tools to respond to life's challenges with grace, wisdom, and composure, embodying the best of Stoic-inspired living. Let's now shift our focus to the practical application of the mindfulness and Stoic insights we've gained, aiming to create a lifestyle where thoughtful responses take precedence over impulsive reactions. The goal of practicing response over reaction is not about suppressing our natural instincts. Instead, it's about deepening our engagement with life in line with the Stoic virtue of living with intention and rational thought. To truly embody the principles we've discussed, it's essential to establish daily practices that help us respond thoughtfully. Picture yourself in a challenging situation, perhaps a disagreement at work or an unexpected setback. Your immediate impulse might be to react emotionally, driven by frustration or disappointment. However, this is precisely the moment to tap into your Stoic-inspired training. Pause and reflect on the bigger picture. Ask yourself, what would a Stoic philosopher do? This question isn't about suppressing your emotions. Instead, it invites you to engage your rational mind, to evaluate the situation objectively, and choose a constructive response. The goal is not to eliminate emotions, but to channel them productively, using reason to navigate through them. Acknowledge your feelings, understand what triggered them, and then, with clarity and calm, decide on the best course of action that aligns with your values and goals. In practical terms, this could mean taking a brief walk to clear your mind before replying to a provocative email. Or it could involve digging deeper into what's truly bothering you in a conflict, addressing the root causes rather than reacting to surface-level frustrations. Each time you choose to respond instead of react, you're reinforcing a pattern of thoughtful engagement with life's challenges, building resilience, and fostering a greater sense of peace and satisfaction. Integrating this approach into your daily routine amplifies its impact. Start your day by reflecting on your intentions, reminding yourself of your commitment to respond thoughtfully in various situations. Make journaling a regular habit, using it to reflect on your responses, celebrate successes, and identify areas for improvement. Above all, embrace a mindset of continuous learning and growth, recognizing that each day offers a new opportunity to practice and refine your ability to respond rather than react. By committing to this path, you're not simply adopting a strategy for stress reduction or conflict management. You're embracing a way of life that reflects the Stoic pursuit of virtue and wisdom. You're choosing to live intentionally, aligning your actions with your highest ideals. In doing so, you contribute to a more thoughtful, compassionate, and responsive world. The journey from reaction to response is transformative, leading us toward a deeper engagement with both our inner selves and the external world. This is the path that the Stoics walked with dedication, and now, with their wisdom guiding us, we too can navigate life's challenges with grace, equanimity, and rationality, embodying the true spirit of Stoicism in our modern world. The core of our exploration is not just about managing our reactions in isolation, but about integrating a thoughtful, responsive approach into the fabric of our lives. By embracing Stoic principles, focusing on what we can control, acting with reason, and striving for virtue, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with greater calm and purpose. This Stoic-inspired path invites us to view every moment as an opportunity to practice our commitment to responding thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. Whether we face daily frustrations, major setbacks, or significant decisions, each situation is a chance to embody Stoic virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. By consistently choosing to respond thoughtfully, we not only enhance our own well-being, but also positively impact those around us. Remember, the journey to mastering response over reaction is ongoing, requiring continual learning and growth. Like the Stoics, we must embrace the discipline of self-reflection, regularly assessing our progress and adjusting as needed. This commitment to personal growth not only brings us closer to our ideal selves, but also resonates outward, influencing our relationships, communities, and the broader tapestry of interconnected lives. As we near the end of this journey together, remember, every moment is a choice. Each moment is an opportunity to embody the calm, resilience, and wisdom of Stoicism in the fabric of our lives. Your responses are threads that weave your character with intention and purpose. Now, as we part ways, I encourage you to continue your exploration. Look for suggested videos that dive deeper into the art of living wisely and well. Thank you for joining us at Stoic Journal and embracing the path of mindful response over reactive impulse. May your journey forward be filled with clarity, virtue, and peace. Imagine possessing the power to find inner peace and happiness regardless of the circumstances swirling around you. That's not just powerful, it's revolutionary. It's about taking control, not of the world, but of something far more important and absolutely within our reach, our own minds. Stoicism teaches us resilience, gratitude, and the art of living a fulfilled life. But this isn't just a history lesson. It's about you, your life today. It's about facing the chaos of our modern world without losing your cool. It's about finding calm in the storm and happiness in the simplest of things. It's about transforming your mornings from something you dread into a powerful launchpad for a day filled with purpose and joy. So if you've ever felt overwhelmed by the noise of life, if you've ever struggled to find a moment's peace, or if you're just curious about how ancient wisdom can be your secret weapon in the 21st century, stick around. This might just be the video that changes everything for you. Let's dive into the Stoic strategies that can help us craft not just a morning routine, but a life filled with intention, resilience, and true happiness. I implore you to give your full attention to this video from start to finish. If you've made it here, you're not like everyone else. You're a standout, someone who seeks depth and wisdom. Your dedication to absorbing this content in full sets you apart even further. This might sound like a fancy term, but it's actually a beautifully simple concept that comes from Japan. Find your ikigai, discovering purpose in every morning. It's about discovering that sweet spot where your passions, skills, societal needs, and what you can be paid for all intersect. It's your unique reason for being. Imagine waking up each morning fueled by a clear purpose that excites you, something that makes the thought of hitting snooze just irrelevant. Marcus Aurelius wasn't just about enduring life's hardships with a stiff upper lip. He was deeply invested in the idea that we're all here to play our part, to contribute something meaningful. He urged us to approach each day as an opportunity to fulfill our role with integrity and passion. Now think about that in the context of ikigai. It's not just about finding what you love, it's about aligning it with what the world needs and what you're good at. That's where the magic happens. But how do you start uncovering your ikigai? It begins with some introspection. Ask yourself, what am I passionate about? What am I good at? What does the world need from me? What can I get paid for? It's okay if the answers don't come to you right away. This is about the journey, exploring different facets of your life and interests and seeing where they converge. This quest for your ikigai isn't just some fluffy, feel-good exercise. It's about setting the foundation for a life that's rich in meaning and satisfaction. When you align your daily actions with your deeper purpose, even the mundane tasks gain significance. Your relationships start to flourish because you're more present and engaged. Your creativity soars because you're aligned with your true passions. And overall happiness? Well, it becomes more of a constant companion than a fleeting visitor. So as you think about setting your alarm for tomorrow morning, consider what ikigai means for you. What could be so compelling that you'd leap out of bed, eager to start the day? Remember, this isn't about overnight transformation. It's a process, a gentle unfolding. And as Marcus Aurelius would remind us, it's about doing the work day by day with dedication and honor. Finding your ikigai isn't just about personal fulfillment. It's about embracing your role in the larger tapestry of life, contributing your unique thread to the ever-evolving human story. The ancient Stoics, particularly Marcus Aurelius, were big on the idea that our actions should be purposeful, not just random acts thrown into the wind, but deliberate steps guided by our inner compass. Prepare the night before, setting the stage for success. This philosophy extends beautifully into how we prepare for the day ahead, starting the night before. Here's the deal. The quality of your morning begins with how you spend your evening. It's tempting to binge-watch your favorite series until the wee hours or scroll through social media until your eyes blur. But let's pause and consider how that sets you up for the next day. Your brain needs time to unwind, to process the day's events, and to recharge for what's ahead. That's where a solid pre-sleep routine comes into play. Imagine treating your evening routine with the same respect and intention as you would any other important aspect of your life. This isn't about rigid self-discipline that sucks the joy out of your evenings. It's about creating a space that supports your well-being and aligns with your goals for the next day. For instance, limiting screen time an hour before bed isn't about denying yourself relaxation. It's about giving your mind the cue that it's time to wind down, making it easier to fall asleep and wake up feeling refreshed. Planning a bit for the next day can also be a game changer. It could be as simple as jotting down your top 3 priorities for tomorrow. This act alone sets a clear direction, ensuring you wake up with a sense of purpose. And here's where the Stoic mindset really shines. It's about acknowledging what's within our control and letting go of what's not. We might not be able to control every detail of our day, but we can certainly influence how we start it. And let's not forget about some deep breathing or meditation to calm the mind. This practice isn't just fluff. It's a powerful tool that signals to your body it's time to rest. Inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly helps reduce stress, lower your heart rate, and prepare your body for a deep, restorative sleep. It's like pressing the reset button, ensuring you wake up not just physically refreshed, but mentally and emotionally as well. In today's always-on world, this might sound like a Herculean task, but it's absolutely vital for setting the tone of your entire day. Picture this. The first moments of your morning, untainted by the digital clamor of emails, social media notifications, or the buzzing news cycle. It's just you, your thoughts, and the serene quiet of the dawn. That's not just refreshing, it's empowering. Marcus Aurelius was a strong advocate for living with intention and focus. He wasn't distracted by the notifications of ancient Rome. Avoid morning distractions, embracing serenity. And believe me, he had his share of distractions. Instead, he emphasized the importance of concentrating on the present moment and the task at hand. He knew something that's even more relevant today. The quality of your attention determines the quality of your life. So how do we apply this ancient wisdom in the modern age? First, it's about creating a morning space that's intentionally free from digital distractions. This isn't about shunning technology, but rather choosing not to let it dictate the start of your day. It's tempting to roll over and immediately check your phone, but that instantly puts you in a reactive state, responding to the demands and dramas of the external world. Instead, give yourself the gift of a peaceful start. Imagine dedicating the first hour of your day to activities that nourish your soul and sharpen your mind. Maybe it's reading, meditating, journaling, or simply enjoying a cup of coffee as you gaze out the window. This isn't wasted time. It's an investment in your well-being. By avoiding distractions, you're not just avoiding stress. You're actively creating a reservoir of peace and focus that you'll draw from throughout the day. Making the most of your mornings isn't about adding more to your to-do list. It's about subtracting the noise that doesn't serve you. It's about prioritizing what truly matters before the day's demands start pulling at your attention. This is where the Stoic practice of focusing on what's within your control comes into play. You might not be able to control the flood of emails waiting for you, but you can control how and when you choose to engage with them. So tomorrow, challenge yourself to start the day on your terms. Resist the urge to dive into the digital world first thing. Instead, anchor yourself in the present moment, savoring the peace and potential that the morning holds. Remember, every day is a new opportunity to live more intentionally, more serenely, and more in line with who you aspire to be. Let's make our mornings a testament to that ambition, guided by the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and the unwavering focus on what truly matters. Stoicism, at its core, is about understanding what is within our control and acting with virtue and intention in those areas. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus. These guys weren't just talking about enduring life's hardships with a stiff upper lip. They were advocating for a proactive, wake up consistently, the power of routine engagement with life, taking charge of our actions and our mindset. Waking up consistently is a practice that embodies this philosophy. It's a declaration that we are in control of how we start our day, that we are not at the mercy of whims or external pressures. Building a life, as Stoicism suggests, step by step, with contentment in each action, is a powerful concept. It reminds us that big changes start with small, consistent actions. Waking up at the same time each morning might seem like a small thing, but it's a cornerstone habit that sets the stage for everything else. It's about creating a stable foundation for your day, where you're not rushing from the moment you open your eyes, but rather starting with a sense of control and purpose. But here's the thing. Consistency is challenging. It's supposed to be. The early days of trying to wake up at the same time each morning can feel like an uphill battle. Your bed feels more comfortable than ever, and the temptation to hit snooze just one more time can feel irresistible. This is where the Stoic practice of perseverance comes in. It's about reminding yourself why you're doing this, about the person you're becoming through this discipline. It's about seeing beyond the immediate comfort and focusing on the long-term benefits this habit will bring into your life. Becoming a morning person, then, is not just about the mornings themselves. It's about embodying the qualities that make you resilient, focused, and intentional throughout your day. It's a practice in self-mastery, in aligning your actions with your values, and in cultivating the kind of life you want to live, one morning at a time. So how do we make consistency our ally? Start by setting a clear intention the night before. Remind yourself why waking up at a specific time is important to you. Is it to have more quiet time in the morning for reading or meditation? Is it to exercise or simply to start your day in a more relaxed and controlled manner? Then create an environment that supports this habit. Maybe it's going to bed a bit earlier to ensure you get enough sleep, or keeping your curtains slightly open to let the natural light wake you up gently. And when it gets tough, remember the Stoic belief in the power of our own will and the importance of acting according to our principles. Each morning that you wake up at your chosen time, you're not just starting your day, you're reinforcing a commitment to yourself, to your growth, and to living a life of intention and purpose. Take it easy, embracing self-compassion. Amidst all this talk of discipline, consistency, and waking up with the sun, it's paramount to remember one thing: we're human. And being human means we're beautifully complex creatures with brains that often prefer the path of least resistance, the instant gratification route. This is precisely why embarking on new habits, like transforming our mornings, can initially feel like an uphill battle. Yet there's something incredibly freeing in acknowledging this fact. It's not a flaw, it's just part of the human experience. Now, let's channel some Stoicism into this concept. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-compassion and understanding alongside its calls for discipline and resilience. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, often reminded himself to be patient and forgiving with his own shortcomings. He knew that berating oneself for every slip-up was not the path to growth. Instead, he advocated for recognizing our errors, learning from them, and then letting them go. This approach is crucial when we're trying to cultivate new morning routines, or any habit for that matter. Those first few days or even weeks can be tough. Your alarm goes off, and every fiber of your being wants to stay cocooned in the warmth of your bed. And let's be honest, there will be days when you'll give in to that desire. That's okay. The key is what you do next. Do you beat yourself up, spiraling into a cycle of guilt and self-criticism? Or do you take a breath, forgive yourself, and see the next morning as a fresh opportunity to try again? Forgiveness and patience with ourselves are not signs of weakness. They're indicators of strength and wisdom. They mean we're in it for the long haul, ready to navigate the ups and downs with grace. This Stoic practice of self-compassion is about understanding our nature, working with it, and gently nudging ourselves towards the habits and life we aspire to. Moreover, taking it easy isn't about making excuses or allowing ourselves to perpetually fall short of our goals. It's about recognizing that growth is a process, filled with learning curves and setbacks. It's about understanding that each new day brings with it a new set of challenges and opportunities, and it's in this daily renewal that we find our strength and resilience. So as you work on embracing those early mornings, or any new habit, remember to take it easy on yourself. Celebrate the small victories, learn from the setbacks, and approach each day with a heart ready to try again. Small acts of discipline, building a virtuous life. This isn't just about becoming a morning person. It's about cultivating a mindset that's prepared to face life's challenges with a blend of determination and kindness. Consider the simple act of placing your alarm clock across the room. It's not just about making it physically harder to snooze. It's a statement. It's a commitment to start the day on your terms, to rise despite the comfort of the bed's embrace. It's a small act of defense against the inertia of sleep and comfort, a step towards embracing the day with intention. Similarly, making your bed each morning might feel like a trivial task, especially when you're the only one who'll see it. Yet it's so much more than smoothing sheets and fluffing pillows. It's an exercise in care, in telling yourself that your environment and how you engage with it matters. It's about creating a space that reflects the order and respect you're cultivating within yourself. These small victories, as Marcus Aurelius would likely argue, are the building blocks of a disciplined life. They're the everyday choices that, while easy to overlook, cumulatively mold our character. Each time you choose to do these little things, you're casting a vote for the type of person you want to be. You're choosing to be someone who values discipline, order, and respect for oneself and one's environment. But why focus on these small acts? Because they're within everyone's reach. Not all of us can control the major events in our lives, the upheavals, the unexpected turns, but we can control how we respond to the start of each day, how we treat our immediate surroundings, and how we prime ourselves for whatever lies ahead. This is Stoicism in action, focusing on what's in our power to control and letting go of what isn't. Moreover, these practices aren't just about building discipline for discipline's sake. They're about cultivating a mindset that's prepared for life's bigger challenges. If you can commit to these small acts of discipline, you're training yourself to uphold your commitments in more significant areas. You're sharpening your ability to follow through, to remain steady in the face of adversity, and to approach life with a calm, collected demeanor, qualities that define the Stoic ideal. So as you consider the role of discipline in your life, start small. Look for those everyday opportunities to practice self-control and order. Remember, it's in these moments, in the quiet of the morning, when you decide to rise and face the day with intention, that your character is forged. Accountability partners, sharing the journey. These practices are not just chores or tasks, they're rituals, imbuing your day with purpose and your life with a sense of direction and meaning. The idea here is simple, yet profoundly impactful. Sharing your goals with someone who not only supports you but also holds you accountable can significantly amplify your chances of success. It transforms a personal journey into a shared adventure, making the path to fulfilling your morning routine and ultimately your life's purpose less daunting and more enjoyable. Think of your accountability partner as your ally in the pursuit of self-improvement. This person is there to remind you of your commitments when the warmth of your bed feels too comforting to leave in the early hours. They're there to encourage you when progress seems slow and to celebrate your victories, no matter how small. This relationship is a two-way street. It's about mutual support and encouragement, grounded in the understanding that we're all striving to be the best versions of ourselves. The Stoics, including Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, often emphasize the importance of community and relationships in the development of character and virtue. They believed in the power of wisdom shared, in learning from one another, and in the strength that comes from knowing you're not alone in your struggles. Finding an accountability partner in today's world is a nod to this timeless wisdom, recognizing that while the journey towards self-discipline and purpose is personal, it need not be solitary. Moreover, an accountability partner can help you see blind spots in your routine or approach that you might miss on your own. They can offer new perspectives and insights that can catalyze your growth in unexpected ways. This partnership is about more than just checking in to see if you woke up on time or followed through on your morning meditation. It's about engaging in meaningful dialogue about what's working, what isn't, and how you can both support each other in making adjustments. So how do you find this accountability partner? Look for someone who shares your commitment to growth and self-improvement. This could be a friend, a family member, or even a colleague. The key is to choose someone you trust, someone with whom you can be open and honest about your goals, struggles, and successes. Once you've found that person, be clear about what you're hoping to achieve and what kind of support you need. Set regular check-ins and be there for each other, offering encouragement, advice, and, when necessary, a gentle nudge back on track. Memento mori, remembering the value of every day. Remember, finding an accountability partner is about more than just external motivation. It's about building a relationship that inspires and uplifts both of you. It's about creating a shared space where honesty, vulnerability, and mutual support are valued and nurtured. In this space, your morning routines and broader life goals become intertwined in a collective effort towards living a more intentional, disciplined, and fulfilling life. The Stoic practice of reflecting on mortality is a call to action, a prompt to live our lives with purpose and intention. It encourages us not to squander our time on trivialities, but to concentrate on creating a meaningful legacy. Every morning when we wake up, we're presented with a fresh opportunity to engage with life in a meaningful way, to contribute positively to the world around us, and to pursue personal growth and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often wrote about the fleeting nature of life, emphasizing the importance of living virtuously and making the most of the time we have. This wasn't meant to be somber. Rather, it was a liberating realization that freed him from petty concerns and allowed him to focus on his duties as emperor and as a human being striving for virtue. The idea is that by keeping the end in mind, we're more likely to live our lives with purpose and clarity, prioritizing the things and relationships that truly matter. Remembering death, in the context of our morning routines, transforms how we approach each day. It's not just another day. It's a day that we've been gifted, one that's not guaranteed to anyone. This realization can profoundly impact how we choose to spend our time, the activities we engage in, the relationships we nurture, and the legacy we strive to build. It's a reminder to live fully, to love deeply, and to leave the world a little better than we found it. Moreover, this Stoic practice helps us maintain perspective in the face of life's inevitable challenges and setbacks. When we remember that our time is limited, the daily annoyances and obstacles lose much of their power over us. We become more resilient, more focused on our long-term goals, and less likely to be derailed by temporary difficulties. It's a practice that fosters gratitude for the present moment and inspires us to make the most of it. So how can we incorporate this Stoic principle into our daily lives? It begins with a moment of reflection. Practice negative visualization, preparing for challenges. Each morning, consider the day ahead as a blank canvas, an opportunity to contribute positively to your life story and to those around you. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, would I be proud of how I'm choosing to spend it? This doesn't mean living in a constant state of existential crisis, but rather cultivating a deep appreciation for the now, for the opportunity to live, learn, and love. In embracing the Stoic practice of remembering death, We're not focusing on the end, but on the present and how we choose to live each day. It's a powerful antidote to complacency and a reminder to live our lives with intention, purpose, and gratitude. So let's greet each morning with the awareness that it is a gift, an opportunity to craft a life that's rich in meaning and aligned with our deepest values. This is the essence of living stoically, of making the most of our finite time in this world to create a legacy that endures. We're often told to focus on the positive, to visualize success and happiness in order to attract them into our lives. However, the Stoics, in their profound wisdom, offer a different perspective that's not only practical, but incredibly empowering. Negative visualization isn't about pessimism. Rather, it's a tool for resilience, preparation, and ultimately, greater appreciation of the present. The essence of this practice is to periodically imagine the challenges, losses, or difficulties you might face in life. This could range from minor inconveniences like a missed bus or a rainy day to more significant hardships such as the loss of a job or a loved one. The purpose isn't to dwell on these scenarios in a way that breeds fear or anxiety, but to mentally rehearse how you would cope with such situations should they arise. This process of visualization prepares you emotionally and mentally, making you less susceptible to being thrown off course by life's inevitable ups and downs. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, they all believed that by contemplating the temporary nature of everything outside our control, we could cultivate a deeper sense of peace and resilience. This practice encourages us to focus on what we can control: our responses, our attitudes, and our actions. Incorporating negative visualization into your morning routine can transform how you approach your day. Instead of stepping out the door blind to the potential challenges ahead, you're mentally equipped to face them. End with gratitude, reflecting on the day's gifts. It's like a mental training session where you strengthen your resilience muscles. So when life inevitably throws a curveball your way, you're not knocked off your feet. You've already rehearsed this moment in your mind and can draw upon your pre-visualized strategies to navigate through it. Moreover, this practice has a beautiful, somewhat paradoxical effect. It enhances our gratitude for the present moment. By imagining life without some of the things we take for granted, we come back to reality with a renewed appreciation for them. It's a reminder of how much we have to be thankful for right now, in this moment. This isn't about dwelling in fear of loss, but about using the thought of it to deepen our appreciation for the here and now. So how do we practice negative visualization in a healthy, constructive way? Start with a few moments in the morning to contemplate potential challenges of the day or broader future possibilities. Visualize how you would ideally respond, what strengths you would draw upon, what lessons you could learn, and how you could grow from the experience. Then let go of the visualization and proceed with your day, carrying with you a sense of preparedness and an enhanced appreciation for your current circumstances. Incorporating gratitude into our lives, especially as we end our day, can have a transformative impact on our well-being and outlook. Keeping a gratitude journal is a beautifully simple yet profoundly effective way to cultivate this sense of appreciation. It's about taking a few moments before we sleep to reflect on the day and jot down a few things we're grateful for. This could be anything from a kind gesture from a stranger, a beautiful sunset, the completion of a challenging task, or simply the comfort of our bed waiting to embrace us at the end of a long day. The act of writing down what we're grateful for shifts our focus from what's lacking in our lives to the abundance that's already present. It's a practice that aligns perfectly with Stoic teachings, which emphasize focusing on what we have rather than what we don't, on what's within our control rather than what isn't. This shift in perspective not only sets the stage for a peaceful night's sleep, free from the turmoil of unfulfilled desires or lingering frustrations, but it also primes our minds to begin the next day with a sense of purpose and appreciation. But why end the day with gratitude? Because it allows us to close our day on a note of positivity, regardless of the challenges we may have faced. It's a way of reaffirming the good in our lives, of finding peace even in turmoil, and of nurturing a mindset that sees opportunities for growth and joy in every circumstance. This nightly practice of gratitude creates a ripple effect, influencing not just how we sleep, but how we wake up and approach our mornings. It transforms our first thoughts of the day from groans over the alarm clock to a quiet anticipation of what the new day holds, what new things we might discover to be grateful for. Moreover, this practice of appreciating our life extends beyond our personal sphere. It enhances our relationships as we become more attuned to the value of those around us and more expressive of our appreciation for their presence in our lives. It deepens our connection to the world as we become more observant of and thankful for the beauty and wonder that surround us, often in the most mundane moments. So as we consider the multitude of strategies to enrich our mornings and, by extension, our lives, let's not overlook the power of ending our day with gratitude. It's a practice that embodies the Stoic pursuit of a good life, one marked not by external achievements or material possessions, but by inner peace, contentment, and a deep-seated appreciation for the present moment. As we wrap up this journey through the 10 strategies inspired by Stoicism, it's clear that each step, each practice, is more than just a task. It's a pathway to cultivating a life of intention, resilience, and profound gratitude. Embracing these practices doesn't mean every day will be perfect, but it does mean that every day will be met with a stronger, more grateful, and more resilient you. You have within you the power to transform not just your mornings, but your entire life into a reflection of the Stoic ideals of virtue, wisdom, and contentment. Remember, this is just the beginning. There's a whole world of Stoic wisdom waiting to be explored, ready to guide you on your path to living a more meaningful and fulfilled life. If you found this journey enlightening and are curious to dive deeper into the Stoic way of life, I encourage you to check out our playlist right here on the screen. It's packed with insights, stories, and practical tips to help you embrace the full richness of Stoic philosophy. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more content. Please leave your comments and share your experiences. Let's embark on this journey of growth, resilience, and fulfillment together. Here's to mornings filled with purpose, days lived with intention, and a life brimming with gratitude. Did you know that the secret to transforming your life's biggest challenges into your greatest opportunities might have been discovered over 2,000 years ago? Imagine facing life's storms with a calm so powerful nothing could shake your inner peace. Sounds like a superpower, right? Well, it's not just a fantasy. This ancient superpower, it's an age-old philosophy that's as practical today as it was in the bustling markets and marble halls of ancient Rome and Greece. Stoicism teaches us that while we can't control every aspect of our lives, we have absolute power over how we choose to react. And in today's world, where uncertainty seems to be the only certainty, these teachings could be the anchor we've all been searching for. What if I told you that Stoicism is more about action than thought? It's about living a life filled with purpose, resilience, and happiness, no matter what life throws your way. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but understanding and managing them to lead a more fulfilling life. So whether you're dealing with stress, facing adversity, or simply looking to find more joy in the everyday, stick around. Today we're diving deep into Stoicism, uncovering its timeless wisdom and discovering how it can transform not just the way we think, but the way we live. If you're eager to embark on this journey of transformation, don't forget to subscribe, share, and hit that like button. Stick with me till the end without skipping, because every moment of this video is a step towards uncovering the Stoic wisdom that can change your life. Focusing on what's in your control. Have you ever found yourself stuck in traffic, fuming over the delay, or scrolling through your phone only to get upset over a negative comment someone left on your post? It happens to the best of us. It's almost like our day-to-day life is filled with these little tests, challenging our mood and our peace of mind at every turn. But here's a game-changing perspective from the world of Stoicism that can turn all that frustration on its head. Stoicism, this incredible philosophy that dates back to ancient Greece and Rome, hands us this powerful tool, focusing on what's in our control. The great Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Think about that for a second. Traffic, bad weather, negative comments, these are all outside our control. We can't change them, no matter how much we wish we could. What we can change, however, is how we react to them. This idea isn't just ancient wisdom, it's backed by modern psychology too. Carl Jung, a giant in the field of psychology, famously stated, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." This aligns perfectly with the Stoic practice. It's about recognizing that the only real power we have is over our own reactions, thoughts, and actions. Let's break it down a bit. Say you're in that traffic jam, late for an important meeting. You can spend that time stewing in anger, honking your horn, and stressing out, which, let's be honest, won't make the cars ahead move any faster. Or you can take a deep breath, accept the situation, and maybe use the time to listen to a podcast, an audiobook, or simply enjoy some music. The traffic hasn't changed, but your response to it has. And with that shift, your stress levels drop, and your day looks a bit brighter. This Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control extends far beyond just dealing with traffic or weather. It applies to our personal goals, our reactions to others, and our approach to obstacles in life. As Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic heavyweight, reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." So next time you find yourself getting worked up over something outside your control, remember these wise words from our Stoic friends. Ask yourself, is this within my control? If it's not, let it go. Focus on your reaction, your mindset, and your actions. This simple shift can have a profound impact on your stress levels and overall happiness. It's not always easy, but it's worth practicing every day. Remember, it's about progress, not perfection. And as we learn to focus more on what's in our control, we'll find ourselves not just surviving life's challenges, but thriving in spite of them. Stoicism teaches us the art of embracing obstacles as opportunities. It sounds counterintuitive, right? Most of us are programmed to view obstacles as just that, barriers to our success and happiness. But Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus flip this narrative on its head. Embracing obstacles as opportunities. They tell us when life throws you a curveball, instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What can I learn?" This is a game changer. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher, penned in his personal writings, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What he means here is that every obstacle, no matter how daunting, not only tests our resilience, but also teaches us valuable lessons. It's about finding the silver lining in tough situations and using it to fuel our growth. This perspective isn't just ancient philosophy. It's backed by modern thinkers too. The famous psychologist Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." By fighting against obstacles, we give them more power over us, but by accepting and learning from them, we can overcome them. This Stoic mindset is about transforming challenges into stepping stones towards becoming stronger and wiser. Let's make it practical. Say you're facing rejection from job applications. It's easy to fall into a spiral of self-pity and doubt, but what if you viewed each rejection as feedback? Maybe there's a skill you need to improve or a new strategy for your job search. That shift in perspective can turn a series of rejections into a path for professional development. Another example is personal conflicts. They're uncomfortable and stressful, but they also offer a chance to practice patience, empathy, and communication skills. Every disagreement is an opportunity to understand different viewpoints and to refine our conflict resolution abilities. The essence of embracing obstacles as opportunities lies in asking ourselves, what can this situation teach me? Instead of being passive victims of circumstance, we become active learners and problem solvers. This doesn't mean that facing obstacles becomes easy, but it does mean that we approach them with a mindset geared towards growth and learning. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is the heart of Stoicism. It's about seeing beyond the immediate pain or frustration of an obstacle and finding the lessons and opportunities it presents. So when you're faced with a challenge, big or small, try to pause and reframe it. Ask yourself what you can learn from the situation and how it can make you stronger and wiser. Remember, obstacles aren't just hurdles to overcome, they're opportunities to grow. By adopting this Stoic mindset, we can navigate life's ups and downs with more grace, resilience, and wisdom. It's something we hear about all the time, right? Live in the now. But what does that really mean? And why is it so important? Living in the present moment is about fully embracing and experiencing where you are at this very second, not letting your mind wander off to the worries of tomorrow or the regrets of yesterday. It's about realizing that life, with all its beauty, challenges, and surprises, happens in the now. This concept isn't new. It's been a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, echoed by great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. And it's been reiterated by modern psychologists and thinkers. Let's start with the Stoics. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future." Living in the present moment. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. He understood that the power of living in the present lies in its ability to ground us, to clear our minds of distractions, and to allow us to appreciate the richness of life as it unfolds. But why is it so hard to stay present? Our minds are often cluttered with thoughts, worries about what's next, or replaying things that have already happened. This constant mental noise pulls us away from the beauty and potential of the here and now. As the famous psychologist Carl Jung put it, the least of things with a meaning is worth more in life than the greatest of things without it. Living in the present moment gives meaning to the small, everyday experiences, enriching our lives beyond measure. Aristotle talked about the importance of being mindful of the present to achieve eudaimonia, a state of being happy, healthy, and prosperous. He believed that by focusing on the here and now, we could live a virtuous life, making the most of our human experience. So how can we practice living in the present? It starts with mindfulness, the art of paying attention to the present moment without judgment. When you eat, savor each bite. When you walk, notice the feeling of the ground under your feet. Listen actively when someone is speaking to you instead of planning what you're going to say next. These simple acts of mindfulness bring us back to the present, making our lives richer and more meaningful. Seneca offered this wisdom: true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. He understood that anxiety about what's to come or what has been only serves to diminish our happiness in the now. Living in the present isn't about ignoring the future or forgetting the past. It's about finding a balance where we learn from our past and plan for our future without letting those activities consume our present. It's in this balance that we find peace and contentment. Remember, every moment is an opportunity to reset and refocus on the now. It's in the present that we live, love, and make memories. So let's make a conscious effort to be more present in our lives. Let's cherish the now, for this moment right here is where life truly happens. I know the word self-discipline might bring to mind images of rigid schedules and a life devoid of fun, but let's reshape that picture together. Self-discipline is not about restricting your life. It's about empowering yourself to make choices that align with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's choosing what's right for you, not what's easy in the moment. At its core, building self-discipline is about mastery over ourselves. It's about saying yes to things that serve us and no to things that don't, even when it's tough. Think about it. Whether it's sticking to a workout routine, saving money instead of impulse buying, or turning off Netflix to focus on a project, these choices might not deliver instant gratification, but they pave the way for long-term satisfaction and success. Stoic philosophy has a lot to say about self-discipline. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This powerful statement highlights the essence of self-discipline. It's about controlling our impulses, building self-discipline, emotions and actions despite the external temptations and distractions that life throws our way. Seneca offers wisdom on the subject too. He advises us to be steadfast and control our desires rather than being controlled by them. He understood that true freedom comes from within, from our ability to govern ourselves and our appetites. But why is self-discipline so critical? Aristotle, the ancient Greek philosopher, sheds light on this. He believed that we achieve excellence and virtue through habit. By practicing self-discipline, we cultivate habits that lead us toward our best selves. It's not about occasional acts of willpower, but about consistently making choices that reflect our values and goals. Building self-discipline also ties into modern psychological understanding. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our personality to live fully. This integration requires self-discipline, as we must navigate the desires of different parts of our psyche, choosing paths that contribute to our overall well-being and growth. So how can we build self-discipline in our daily lives? Start small. Pick one area you want to improve, whether it's your diet, exercise routine, or spending habits. Set clear, achievable goals and take it one day at a time. Remember, every time you make a choice that aligns with your goals, you're building the muscle of self-discipline. Epictetus reminds us, no great thing is created suddenly. Self-discipline is built through small, consistent actions. It's about progress, not perfection. Every day presents new opportunities to practice self-discipline, to choose actions that move us closer to who we want to be. Building self-discipline is a journey. It's about finding balance between what we want now and what we want most. It's about making choices that might be hard in the moment, but will bring us closer to our goals, happiness, and peace in the long run. So let's commit to this journey together, supporting one another in choosing what's right, not what's easy. Remember, in the realm of self-discipline lies the path to achieving our dreams and living a life we truly love. When life throws its curveballs, we all experience a whirlwind of emotions. Feeling angry, sad, or frustrated is a natural part of being human. But here's the kicker. It's not just about the emotions we feel, it's about how we handle them. That's where the magic of emotional resilience comes in. Emotional resilience is like this superpower that allows us to navigate through life's storms with grace and come out stronger on the other side. It's about acknowledging our emotions, understanding them, and then taking positive steps to move forward rather than being swept away by the tide of our feelings. The Stoics had a lot to say about this. Marcus Aurelius, for example, reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This profound insight touches the essence of emotional resilience. It's about recognizing that while we might not have control over what happens to us, we have control over how we respond. Developing emotional resilience. Our emotions don't have to control our actions. Seneca offers wisdom on facing adversity without losing our composure. He teaches that life's hardships are tests of our character and resilience. By facing our feelings with understanding and patience, we can grow wiser and more robust. But how do we develop this emotional resilience? It starts with self-awareness. Being mindful of our emotions and reactions helps us understand ourselves better. It's okay to feel what we're feeling, but instead of reacting impulsively, we can choose to respond in a way that aligns with our values and long-term well-being. Aristotle spoke about the golden mean, finding the balance between excess and deficiency. This concept applies beautifully to emotional resilience. It's about finding a balanced response to our emotions, not suppressing them or letting them overpower us. Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, emphasized the importance of integrating all aspects of our psyche to achieve wholeness. Part of this process involves confronting our emotions, understanding them, and learning from them. This is at the heart of developing emotional resilience. So what can you do when you're in the grip of strong emotions? First, give yourself permission to feel. Acknowledge your emotions without judgment. Then, take a step back and try to understand what triggered these feelings. This reflection can provide valuable insights into your emotional patterns and triggers. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is a powerful reminder that our reactions to our emotions can shape our experiences. Instead of being reactive, we can choose to respond in a way that is constructive and healing. Developing emotional resilience is a journey. It involves practicing mindfulness, self-reflection, and patience. It's about building a toolkit of coping strategies like journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or practicing relaxation techniques. Most importantly, it's about treating yourself with kindness and compassion as you navigate through your emotions. Emotional resilience is not about never feeling negative emotions. It's about learning to ride the waves of those emotions with grace and coming out on the other side stronger and more self-aware. By developing emotional resilience, we empower ourselves to face life's challenges with courage and poise. Let's embrace this journey together, supporting each other in becoming more emotionally resilient and ultimately living a more fulfilling life. The Stoics, including great minds like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, used this concept not to create fear, but to inspire a deeper appreciation for every moment. They believed that by keeping the inevitability of death in mind, we would live more fully, consciously, and with gratitude for the present. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, often reflected on the transience of life, encouraging us to live in a way that's true to our values and to make the most of the time we're given. You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, he wrote. This isn't about being morose. It's a call to action, a reminder to focus on what truly matters. Memento mori, remember you will die. To let go of petty concerns and to live with purpose and integrity. Seneca too spoke about the shortness of life, urging us not to waste time on trivialities, but to focus on creating a meaningful existence. He believed that being mindful of death encourages us to live more wisely and to cherish our relationships and experiences. Epictetus emphasized the importance of focusing on the present and making the best use of our time. By remembering that we won't live forever, we're more likely to live ethically and to appreciate the beauty and richness of life. But how can we incorporate memento mori into our own lives without it feeling like a dark cloud over our heads? It starts with shifting our perspective. Instead of seeing the awareness of death as something fearful, we can view it as a powerful motivator to live our lives to the fullest. It's about embracing the present, not postponing our dreams or happiness for some undefined future that's not guaranteed. Think about the things you've been putting off. Maybe it's pursuing a passion, reconnecting with loved ones, or simply taking time to appreciate the small joys of everyday life. Memento mori reminds us not to take our time for granted. It encourages us to live more authentically, to say what we mean, to love openly, and to be present in our lives. This concept also teaches us to appreciate the impermanence of life, which in turn deepens our gratitude for the moments we have. When we remember that our time is limited, we're more likely to cherish our experiences, to live more mindfully, and to express our gratitude for the people and moments that enrich our lives. So let's use memento mori not as a source of fear, but as a catalyst for growth, gratitude, and a deeper appreciation of life. Let it remind us to make choices that align with our deepest values, to cherish our relationships, and to savor the beauty of the present moment. Remembering that we will die one day encourages us to live more fully today. In embracing memento mori, we find a powerful reminder to live not in fear of death, but in celebration of life. Let's make every moment count, not because we're afraid of its end, but because we're in love with life itself. Let's live in a way that when our time does come, We can look back with no regrets, knowing we lived fully, loved deeply, and appreciated the incredible journey that life is. It's fascinating how such a simple concept can have a profound impact on our lives. It's about shifting our focus to what we have rather than dwelling on what we're missing. This practice can be a real game changer, especially on those days that feel like an uphill battle. The Stoics, wise as they were, had a lot to say about gratitude. They believed that happiness doesn't come from having more, but from appreciating what we already have. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of focusing on the present and finding joy in the simple things. He said, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." This is gratitude in its purest form, recognizing the value of life itself and the many gifts it offers us each day. Practicing gratitude. Seneca talked about how our desires can lead us astray, always chasing after more and never finding true satisfaction. He suggested that by focusing on what we have and understanding that the best things in life are already within our grasp, we can find real contentment. Epictetus, known for his practical approach to Stoic philosophy, encouraged his followers to appreciate their current circumstances, whatever they might be. He believed that by accepting and finding value in our present situation, we could live a more fulfilled life. But how do we practice gratitude, especially when life throws curveballs our way? It starts with making it a daily habit. Each morning or evening, take a moment to reflect on 3 things you're grateful for. It could be as simple as a warm cup of coffee, a conversation with a friend, or the beauty of a sunset. This practice helps to rewire our brains to focus on the positive, boosting our mood and overall outlook on life. Gratitude also means embracing the challenges and finding lessons within them. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can help us appreciate our experiences, both good and bad, as valuable steps on our journey. Moreover, practicing gratitude helps us build stronger connections with others. By expressing appreciation for the people in our lives, we not only brighten their day, but also strengthen our relationships. A simple thank you can go a long way in showing someone that they're valued and loved. Aristotle spoke about the importance of recognizing the good in our lives and striving for a virtuous life. He believed that gratitude was a key part of achieving eudaimonia, or true happiness, as it allows us to appreciate the goodness around us and within ourselves. Even modern psychology supports the benefits of gratitude. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience less anxiety, sleep better, and have a more positive outlook on life. It's like Carl Jung said, the word happiness would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. By acknowledging and being grateful for the full spectrum of our experiences, we find a deeper, more authentic form of happiness. So let's make gratitude a cornerstone of our daily lives. Let's celebrate the small victories, cherish the moments of connection, and find joy in the simple pleasures. By focusing on what we have, not what we're missing, we can cultivate a sense of abundance and happiness that shines from within. Remember, it's not happiness that brings us gratitude. It's gratitude that brings us happiness. Let's fill our glasses half full, raise them high, and toast to the beauty of gratitude in our lives. Cheers to finding the silver lining, even on the cloudiest of days. The Stoics had a profound understanding of personal excellence. They believed that excellence, or virtue, is the sole good, and that everything we do should aim towards living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, is a prime example of someone who strived for personal excellence. He once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of personal excellence. It's about embodying the values we admire and striving to live by them every day. Focusing on personal excellence. Seneca emphasized the importance of self-improvement and learning. He advocated for a life lived in accordance with nature and reason, suggesting that true excellence comes from within and is reflected in our actions and choices. Epictetus highlighted the role of personal responsibility in achieving excellence. He taught that our reactions, our emotions, and our will are within our control, and mastering them is key to living a life of virtue. But what does focusing on personal excellence look like in our day-to-day lives? It starts with setting personal standards based on our values and aspirations, not societal expectations or the achievements of others. It's about knowing who we are, understanding our strengths and weaknesses, and taking consistent steps towards improvement. Personal excellence is also about resilience. It's about how we respond to setbacks and failures, not just our successes. Like Aristotle said, excellence is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. It represents the wise choice of many alternatives. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. This means embracing challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, rather than seeing them as obstacles. Moreover, focusing on personal excellence involves cultivating a growth mindset, a concept championed by modern psychology. It's the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through dedication and hard work. This mindset encourages us to embrace challenges, persist in the face of setbacks, and see effort as a path to mastery. Personal excellence also means living authentically. It's about being true to ourselves and our values, even when it's not easy. It's about making choices that reflect who we are and who we want to be, and taking pride in our journey, including the struggles and the triumphs. Practicing gratitude, as we discussed earlier, ties into personal excellence too. By appreciating what we have and where we are on our journey, we foster a positive outlook that supports our growth and well-being. So let's commit to focusing on personal excellence. Let's set our own standards, embrace our unique paths, and take pride in our progress. Remember, it's not about being perfect. It's about being proud of who we are and how we live. It's about celebrating our efforts, learning from our experiences, and always striving to be the best versions of ourselves. Together, let's make personal excellence not just a goal, but a way of life. In a world saturated with social media, where likes, follows, and comments often dictate our self-worth, it's easy to fall into the trap of valuing ourselves through the lens of others' opinions. But here's a liberating truth. Your worth isn't based on external validation. It's about being true to yourself, embracing your authenticity, and living in alignment with your values. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers we keep turning to for timeless wisdom, had a lot to say about this. They taught that our inner peace and freedom come from focusing on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, our integrity, not the fluctuating opinions of others, not caring what others think. Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "I have often wondered how it is that every man loves himself more than all the rest of men. but yet sets less value on his own opinion of himself than on the opinions of others. This striking observation highlights the paradox many of us live with, valuing others' judgments over our own self-assessment. Seneca echoed this sentiment by emphasizing the importance of living a life true to oneself, not one shaped by the expectations or approval of others. He believed that true contentment comes from within, from living a life that's congruent with our principles and values. Epictetus taught that worrying about others' opinions is outside our control and therefore not worth our energy. He encouraged focusing instead on our own actions and on living virtuously, as that's where our true power lies. So how can we start caring less about what others think and more about being true to ourselves? First, it's about understanding that you are the author of your life story. You have the power to define your worth, not society, not your social media followers, nor the people around you. It's about grounding your self-esteem in who you are, the values you stand for, the kindness you spread, and the effort you put into being your best self. Second, practice self-reflection. Ask yourself, whose life am I living? Am I making choices based on my desires, or am I trying to fit into someone else's mold? Reflecting on these questions can help realign your actions with your true self. Third, embrace vulnerability. Being true to yourself means being open about your flaws and all, understanding that perfection is an illusion. It's okay to be a work in progress, making mistakes and learning from them. This authenticity attracts the right people into your life, those who appreciate the real you. Moreover, remember the words of Aristotle, who spoke about the golden mean, finding balance in life. Applying this to our concern for others' opinions, it's about finding a healthy balance between considering constructive feedback and maintaining our autonomy and self-worth. Incorporating a Stoic mindset into our lives means understanding that our worth is determined by our virtues, our actions, and our commitment to living a meaningful life, not by external accolades or approval. It's about building a strong inner fortress that remains unshaken by the fleeting opinions of others. Let's commit to valuing ourselves for who we truly are, not for the likes, follows, or approval we receive. Let's be courageous in our authenticity, living lives that resonate with our deepest truths. Remember, your worth is inherent and unique, and by being true to yourself, you shine your light in the most genuine way possible. Let's not just navigate life, but thrive in it, with the confidence that comes from knowing we are living authentically, aligned with our values and true to ourselves. Here's the thing. Accepting change is not just necessary, it's vital for our growth and happiness. The reality is, the only constant in life is change. Learning to go with the flow and embrace life's inevitable shifts makes navigating through them less scary and more of an adventure. The Stoics, accepting change, had an incredibly healthy perspective on change. They saw it as a natural part of the universe's rhythm. Marcus Aurelius said, "Accept whatever comes to you woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs?" This profound acceptance of change as part of the fabric of life helps us understand that each change, whether we perceive it as good or bad, has its place in our story. Seneca taught that becoming too attached to our current circumstances can lead to disappointment, because inevitably those circumstances will change. He advised us to be flexible and to understand that change is not just a part of life, but a necessary component of our personal development and happiness. Epictetus encouraged us to distinguish between what we can control and what we can't. He pointed out that while we can't control external events, we can control our attitudes towards them. This mindset is incredibly empowering when it comes to dealing with change. It's about focusing on our responses, finding the opportunities for growth within the change, and moving forward with resilience. But how can we become more accepting of change? First, by acknowledging that change is inevitable. It's the natural order of things. Everything around us is in a constant state of flux. Seasons change, people come and go, and our very cells are renewing themselves as we speak. Embracing change means embracing life itself. Second, by practicing mindfulness. Being present in the moment allows us to appreciate our current experiences without clinging to them. This awareness creates a space for acceptance when those experiences inevitably evolve or come to an end. Third, by seeking the lessons in change. Every shift in our lives, no matter how challenging, comes with opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This shift in perspective can turn the challenges of change into stepping stones for personal development. Aristotle spoke about the importance of pursuing a virtuous life as the key to happiness. Part of virtue is adaptability, the ability to navigate life's changes with grace and wisdom. It's about finding balance and harmony within the flux of life. Modern psychology supports this Stoic approach to change. Viewing change as an opportunity rather than a threat can significantly reduce our stress and anxiety levels. It can enhance our resilience, making us better equipped to handle whatever life throws our way. Let's remind ourselves that change is not just something to endure, but to welcome as a natural, enriching part of our journey. By accepting change, we open ourselves to new experiences, growth, and the beautiful unfolding of our unique paths in life. Remember, going with the flow isn't about passivity. It's about actively engaging with life in its full, dynamic complexity. Let's navigate the currents of change with courage, grace, and a heart open to the endless possibilities that change brings. Despite our differences, we're all in this together, navigating the complex journey of life. By fostering an understanding and caring attitude towards others, we contribute to making the world a kinder. Practicing compassion and empathy. More loving place. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who continue to enlighten us with their timeless wisdom, placed great importance on the virtues of compassion and empathy. They believed in the interconnectedness of all humans and taught that kindness and understanding towards others are essential aspects of living a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius, for instance, reminded us that human beings are social creatures by nature, meant to live in harmony and cooperation with one another. He said, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings none to the bee." This beautifully illustrates the idea that our well-being is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. Seneca emphasized the importance of treating others with kindness and generosity. He argued that compassion is a natural human instinct and that by helping others, we also help ourselves. In his writings, Seneca encourages us to extend our empathy even to those who have wronged us, understanding that they too are acting out of their own struggles and limitations. Epictetus taught that we should strive to understand others' perspectives, recognizing that everyone has their reasons for their actions. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior, but rather approaching others with a mindset of empathy, seeking to understand their experiences and viewpoints. But how can we practice compassion and empathy in our daily lives? It starts with listening, truly listening to the stories, experiences, and feelings of those around us. It's about putting ourselves in their shoes, imagining their struggles, their joys, their fears, and their hopes. This act of understanding can bridge the gap between us, fostering a sense of connection and shared humanity. Another way to cultivate compassion and empathy is through acts of kindness, no matter how small. A smile, a kind word, a listening ear. These can all make a significant difference in someone's day. By being present and attentive to others, we signal that they matter, that their feelings and experiences are valid and important. Practicing compassion and empathy also means being there for others in times of need, offering support and understanding without judgment. It's about recognizing the value and dignity of every person, regardless of our differences. The ancient philosopher Aristotle spoke about the importance of friendship and the role of empathy in building strong, meaningful relationships. He believed that true friends not only share in each other's joys, but also in their sorrows, supporting each other with empathy and understanding. Modern psychology supports the Stoic emphasis on compassion and empathy, showing that these virtues not only enhance our relationships, but also our own emotional well-being. By caring for others, we foster a sense of belonging, purpose, and happiness in our own lives. Let's remind ourselves that behind every face is a story, behind every action is a reason, and that by understanding and caring for each other, we make the world a kinder, gentler place. In doing so, we not only enrich the lives of those around us, but also find deeper fulfillment and joy in our own lives. Together, let's spread kindness like confetti, creating ripples of compassion that transform the world, one act of empathy at a time. Reflecting and reviewing regularly. This is about taking a pause, a real, meaningful pause, to look back on our actions, our thoughts, and the paths we've tread. It's about growth, introspection, and aligning our lives with our deepest values. In a world that's always rushing forward, this practice is our anchor, ensuring we're not just being swept away, but are sailing in the direction that's true to us. The Stoics, with their profound insights into human nature, placed immense value on the practice of reflection. Marcus Aurelius, in his personal writings, which we now treasure as meditations, offered a model of this practice. He didn't just rule an empire. He took the time to examine his life, his decisions, and his moral compass. Through writing, he saw this reflection as essential to living a life of virtue and purpose. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts, he wrote, reminding us that our internal dialogue shapes our external reality. Seneca recommended regular self-assessment as a way to foster self-improvement and wisdom. He likened life to a play, suggesting that we periodically review our roles and performances. Are we acting in harmony with the character we wish to embody? Are our actions reflective of the script we value, the script of our lives? Epictetus encouraged his students to end each day with a review of their actions and attitudes. This wasn't about self-criticism, but about self-awareness and growth. He urged us to ask ourselves, what did I do well? What did I do wrong? What duties left undone? Through such questions, we can steer our lives more consciously, making adjustments that bring us closer to our ideals. But how do we incorporate this Stoic practice of reflection and review into our modern lives? First, by making it a habit. Dedicate a few minutes each day, perhaps before bedtime, to reflect on your day. What were your victories? Where did you face challenges, and how did you respond? This practice can start as a mental exercise, but writing it down can enhance its benefits, giving you a tangible record of your journey. Second, use reflection as a tool for gratitude. In reviewing your day, also take note of the moments, no matter how small, that brought you joy or gratitude. This balances our natural tendency to focus on the negative, cultivating a more positive outlook on life. Third, approach this practice with kindness. Reflection is not about berating yourself for mistakes, but about recognizing them as opportunities for learning and growth. Be as understanding and supportive to yourself as you would be to a dear friend. Aristotle spoke about the importance of living a reflective life. He believed that true wisdom comes from understanding ourselves, our actions, and our place in the world. This reflection is the essence of living an examined life, one that's in accordance with virtue and excellence. In modern psychology, the benefits of regular reflection are well documented, showing improvements in mental health, clarity of purpose, and personal growth. Reflecting on our experiences helps us process emotions, learn from our actions, and make more informed decisions moving forward. Let's commit to this practice of reflecting and reviewing regularly. Let it be our guidepost, ensuring that we're not just passively experiencing life, but actively shaping it according to our values. By taking the time to look back, we gain the insight needed to move forward more aligned, more aware, and more in tune with the essence of who we are and who we aspire to be. Let's cherish this journey of introspection, for it is in knowing ourselves that we find the path to true fulfillment and joy. Each of these lessons from Stoicism isn't just ancient wisdom, they're life hacks that can help us deal with stress, make better decisions, and find peace in chaos. Remember, it's not the challenges along the way that define us, but the strength we find in facing them, the wisdom we gather, and the compassion we share. Each step, each reflection, each act of kindness is a brushstroke in the masterpiece that is your life. So let's not just exist, let's live vibrantly, purposefully, authentically. As we part ways today, I encourage you not to let the inspiration end here. On the screen, you'll find a playlist that's a treasure trove of wisdom, stories, and strategies to help you navigate life's twists and turns with grace and resilience. Click on it, dive deeper, and continue to sculpt the most authentic version of yourself. Together, let's keep growing, keep reflecting, and keep embracing the beautiful complexity of life. Thank you for sharing this time with me. Until we meet again, remember to live not just for the applause, but for the cause of being your most genuine self. Take care and see you on the next step of our journey. Have you ever been in a heated argument, feeling like you're about to explode? We've all been there, whether it's a disagreement in the office, a fight with a loved one, or a heated debate online. But what if I told you there was a way to navigate conflict without using fists, figuratively or literally? The ancient Stoics, masters of emotional control and reason, have incredible strategies for facing your enemy with grace and poise. In this video, you'll discover 13 Stoic-inspired techniques to tackle conflict head-on, drawn from the wisdom of great thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Trust me, these methods may require more patience and effort than throwing punches, but the rewards, inner peace, long-lasting solutions, and potentially transformed relationships are well worth the effort. So, are you ready to learn how to navigate conflict like a true Stoic? Remember to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you can see all of the videos on facing life's challenges with the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. Remember, your most significant victory lies not in external battles, but in mastering your mind and heart. Number 1. Delve into the depths of your adversary. Say you are at the edge of a furious river, the rapids foaming and churning with rage. A prudent Stoic would stop before diving in, his eyes focused on the invisible depths below rather than the churning surface. Entering your opponent's mind is the crux of the first Stoic tactic. To put it metaphorically, the intensity of the situation makes it tempting to act quickly. However, proper comprehension requires putting aside judgment and looking above the apparent surface of the issue, as Epictetus reminds us when he says, "It is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it." Here's how to start this examination of Stoicism, the benefits of releasing. Step away from the present, inhale deeply, mentally pan out, and examine the circumstances with dispassionate interest. Put yourself as a fly on the wall and observe the exchange objectively. This emotional separation enables more in-depth observation and more logical reasoning. Investigate their why. Pose sincere queries rather than coming up with counter-arguments. Concentrate on learning the why underlying their statements and behaviors. What drives them? What worries them? And what do they want? What life events have influenced their viewpoint? Important insights can be gleaned by asking open-ended questions such as, "What brought you to this point?" or "What are your underlying concerns?" Examine through their lens, not agreement, but empathy. Try to put yourself in their position to comprehend their perspective, not to support their behavior. How might they perceive the circumstances? What principles and convictions motivate them? This activity aims to develop empathy, discover possible points of agreement, and experience the world through their eyes. Rather than agreeing with them, look for the secret river. Examine what's beneath the surface. Conflict frequently results from deeper problems like unfulfilled desires, fears, or injuries from the past. Consider looking past the current argument and pinpointing the underlying issues causing the conflict. What wants needs to be fulfilled? Which fears are surfacing? Recall that this is a search for understanding rather than approving their behavior. Your objective is to comprehend the layers of experience and perspective that influence the actions of your opponent. Just like a geologist studies the layers of rock to understand the terrain, you can find undiscovered common ground by practicing this Stoic depth-seeking technique, and you might also learn important things about yourself and your responses. The once raging river will become a calmer stream, with understanding and potential resolution engraved in its stones. Number 2. Choose your battles wisely. Disagreements abound in life, ranging from political arguments to arguments in parking lots. However, as the Stoics tell us, only some stones in the path require our whole focus. Getting involved in every dispute, no matter how minor, can wear us out emotionally. Thus, the second Stoic tactic urges us to pick our battles carefully. Picture yourself in front of a vast battleground. Every argument and point of contention has the potential to become a conflict. A prudent Stoic would pause, evaluating each terrain carefully before leaping into the fight. Is the battle worth it? In this skirmish, will it affect my health or the essential things to me? The following tenets of Stoic philosophy will assist you in selecting your battles. The Seneca test. Pause and consider. Consider Seneca's wise words. The greatest remedy for anger is delay. Remind yourself of the importance of pausing. Take a moment to calm down before responding automatically. Take a step back and evaluate the circumstances objectively. It's common for the heat of the moment to warp our perception, making prudent decisions challenging. Is the Epictetus inquiry still important? Consider the following crucial question for yourself. Is it not the event itself that stresses us, but our view of it? Epictetus said. Is there a genuine impact this debate is having on your morals, well-being, or something important in your life? Or is it just a tiny irritation, a stone in the road, instead of a mountain to be conquered? By concentrating your efforts on genuinely significant matters, you can address them with greater effectiveness and focus. The Marcus Aurelius Principle. Quiet can be beneficial at times. Acknowledge the power of letting go. Not deciding at all is often the best course of action. According to Marcus Aurelius, it is often enough to hold your tongue and let things pass. Simply ignoring small slights or deciding against getting into pointless arguments can be incredibly self-controlling ways to maintain your inner calm. The cost-benefit analysis of Stoicism. Analyze the advantages and disadvantages. Every conflict has a price regarding mental effort and possible outcomes. Compare the likely emotional costs of losing the disagreement with the potential rewards of winning. Is the cost of triumph justified? The purest kind of strength is sometimes knowing when to give up with dignity. Recall, selecting your battles strategically does not imply weakness or indifference. It's about realizing how limited your time and energy are and using them wisely. By applying this Stoic knowledge, you may navigate life's battlefield more focused and save your strength for the moments that matter. Number 3. Speak with calm and clarity. Imagine yourself facing your opponent with your words prepared for war rather than your weapons drawn. However, the Stoic approach emphasizes calm clarity, which opens the door to more constructive discourse. Instead of shouting insults and accusations, this tactic, which draws from the insight of Stoic thinkers such as Seneca, is centered on adequately expressing your demands and concerns to promote understanding and reduce hostility. The following are the main components of communication that draw inspiration from Stoicism. Develop your active listening skills. Go beyond simply waiting to speak. Pay close attention to what your opponent says before offering your own. Please pay close attention to them, both with words and body language. Don't interrupt, nod intelligently, and maintain eye contact. This shows that you appreciate them and understand what they're saying. Respect their emotions and validate their experiences. Empathy, not agreement. Respect their feelings and experiences, even if you disagree. Statements like, "I understand you're feeling frustrated," or "It sounds like this situation is important to you," can help establish rapport and connect. Raise any concerns you may have with I statements. Consider your viewpoint. Instead of placing blame, use I words to communicate your needs and feelings rather than critical you statements. You always do this. Examples of such statements include, "I need to feel respected in this situation," and "I feel hurt when you..." This lessens defensiveness and promotes a more team-oriented approach to problem-solving. Speak firmly and calmly rather than aggressively. Control, not noise, makes one strong. Speak up to ensure you understand, not because you're angry. Maintain a composed tone while speaking with strength and assurance. Steer clear of insults and personal assaults. They will only make the issue worse. Put solving problems first, not points. Seek solutions rather than victories. Remember that the objective is to devise a solution that benefits both of you, not to win the disagreement. Start the discussion with a question like, "What can we do to address this together?" and center it around cooperative problem solving. How can we reach a mutually agreeable outcome? Recall that practicing calm, clear speech is a necessary skill. If you make a mistake, don't be scared to apologize and have patience with yourself. Navigating even the most difficult tasks will get easier the more positive communication you engage in. Number 4. Seek the shared path. Imagine a pair of alpinists ascending seemingly distinct peaks. However, as they climb, they become aware that their respective paths converge and lead to a shared summit where understanding will shine. This metaphor is especially pertinent to the 4th tactic on our non-confrontational journey, seeking the shared road. It represents the Stoic concept of oikeiosis, living in harmony with the natural order. Even though disagreement frequently gives the impression that our ideals or ambitions are incompatible, the Stoics encourage us to look below the surface and discover the deeper currents that bind us, even though they might not appear necessary at first. By concentrating on these common interests, we can create a framework for cooperation and compromise that will eventually result in a more amicable settlement. To start your Stoic search for common ground, follow these steps. Change perspective from me to we. Transcend individual viewpoints. Recast the disagreement as a cooperative effort toward a common objective rather than a you versus me situation. Consider this. What do we both ultimately want? This change in viewpoint allows for possible points of agreement, even if they are not immediately apparent. Look for the necessities below. Look below the surface. Conflicting wants are frequently the result of underlying, unfulfilled needs. Examine the needs each of you is attempting to satisfy through this conflict. It could be a need for safety, honor, or approval. Recognizing these everyday needs can foster empathy and make discovering solutions that care for them more accessible. Discover shared ideas. Our values guide our actions. Look behind the particular problem at hand and investigate the core principles that everyone possesses. Do you both appreciate honesty, justice, or decency? Shared values can act as a moral compass, pointing you toward decisions consistent with your beliefs. Begin small, gain speed. Appreciate small victories. Don't count on reaching a consensus right away on everything. Instead, concentrate on finding tiny points of agreement, regardless of how trivial they appear. These early agreements can foster confidence and momentum, making taking on more challenging problems simpler. Recall that life is a journey rather than a destination. The key is patience. It can take time to find common ground, so be patient and understanding. Recognize accomplishments, accept failures, and remember that every step toward cooperation is a step away from confrontation. You set off on a path beyond simple solutions using this Stoic technique. By seeing the connections between your experiences and laying the groundwork for a more peaceful future, you look for a standard route. Remember that those who ascend together, guided by the light of shared ideals and interests, will reach the height of understanding. Number 5. Appeal to their inner values. Imagine yourself before a massive oak tree, its roots firmly entwined with the soil. It will take more than just raw force to move the oak. On the other hand, a prudent Stoic would be aware of the influence of the elements, such as wind and water, which might subtly nudge something toward its ideals by whispering in its ear. This metaphor exemplifies the Stoic tactic of appealing to inner ideals, a potent instrument for skillfully and peacefully resolving disputes. we direct our attention to the rich soil of their values and ideas rather than taking direct aim at their persona. Understanding and respecting their inner compass can produce solutions consistent with their fundamental beliefs. This will eventually result in more sincere buy-in and long-lasting agreements. To start your Stoic journey towards value-driven persuasion, follow these steps. Expose the value landscape. Develop into a valuable archaeologist by conducting research before formulating your case. What principles do they adhere to? What values direct their behavior? Keep an eye on what they say and do, and note what they affirm, deny, and laud. This facilitates creating a map of their value-scape. By pointing out possible connections, close the value divide. Identify the common theme. Avoid assuming their values are completely at odds with yours. Seek out common ideals, even if they don't seem to fit the circumstances at hand. You both appreciate duty, honesty, and fairness. Finding these common values acts as a link, enabling you to present your case in a way that appeals to them. Talk in their vocabulary. After you clearly understand their values, adjust your message to fit them rather than trying to trick them. Talk in a way that expresses their interests and worries. This is telling your values in a way that is consistent with theirs, creating a sense of common ground rather than compromising your own. Don't just tell, show. Since deeds speak louder than words, show them how your solution embodies their beliefs rather than merely explaining them. Give specific instances, anecdotes, or previous deeds demonstrating how your strategy embodies the essential principles. This strengthens and humanizes your case. Recall that respect is essential. Seek comprehension rather than dominance. Always be respectful and understanding during this process. Recall that your objective is to assist them in finding a solution that addresses your concerns and aligns with their values, rather than to control or exert dominance over them. Using this Stoic technique, you become a competent navigator instead of a warrior brandishing words, leading your adversary to a place they can genuinely believe in. Recall that fundamental transformation arises from resonance with the values that sculpt an individual's identity rather than from coercion. This strategy develops mutual respect and understanding, and in the end, opens the door to advantageous solutions for all parties. Number 6. Using humor wisely in conflict resolution. Imagine yourself walking a tightrope that is stretched over a gaping hole. A mistake can send you into the depths of offense, yet humor can help you stay upright, like a balancing pole. Using humor to resolve conflict is the essence of the 6th Stoic technique, encapsulated in this nuanced metaphor. There is no denying that laughter can reduce tension and foster a more open atmosphere for discussion. A well-timed joke or playful decorum can serve as a pressure release valve, allowing understanding to flourish and letting go of pent-up frustration. The Stoic philosopher Seneca says, "A joke is a fragile thing, and a jest may turn into an insult." We must use comedy with deliberate caution to fully realize its possibilities. Here are some guidelines to help you smoothly navigate the comedic tightrope. Recognize your audience. Only some find the same things funny, so consider your opponent's humor style and personality before you crack a joke. What amuses them? In their opinion, which subjects could be delicate? Be cautious and err on the side of caution while making jokes, because something that plays well with one person may offend another. Seek out silent joy, not horniness. Laughing at, not with. Creating a shared sense of humor is the aim, not using jokes as a tool to make fun of or denigrate your opponent. Humor that belittles oneself is frequently a safer bet, since it demonstrates humility and a readiness to own up to mistakes. The timing is crucial. After reading the room, reread it. Humor can have disastrous results when misused. Before bringing in comedy, assess the situation's emotional intensity. It's better to wait until things have settled down. If the tension is still muscular, maintain calm and kindness. Keep insults and sarcasm at the door. Steer clear of jokes that make light of sensitive subjects, stereotypes, or personal assaults. Recall that building bridges, not burning them, is the aim. Comedy as an instrument, not a crutch. Please don't rely on comedy alone to end the argument. Although humor can be a helpful tool, it shouldn't replace sincere communication or dealing with critical issues. Don't expect it to be the miraculous fix. Use it sparingly to promote openness and lighten the atmosphere. Always err on the side of caution. When in doubt, it's better to avoid jokes entirely. To determine whether they're appropriate, recall that it's simpler to gain trust than to regain it following an error. Including comedy using these Stoic ideas, comedy may become an effective tool for rapport building, stress relief, and opening up more excellent room for conflict resolution rather than a dangerous tightrope walk. Recall that the power of laughter is in its capacity to unite rather than divide. When used appropriately, it can turn tense situations into chances for understanding and resolution. This might shock you. Number 7. Offer empathy. Empathy. Picture yourself on a rough mountain trail, staring over a gap at a fellow climber who seems to be going the other way. Their annoyance and rage crackle through the valley like a windstorm. Instead of hurling arguments across the vacuum, the Stoic approach would be to descend gradually, bridge the gap, and extend an understanding hand. This is the core of the 7th strategy, the Stoic principle of expressing empathy. Empathy is a valuable tool for resolving conflicts amicably, even during heated arguments, as Marcus Aurelius recommends. We can create genuine connections and open the door to a more fruitful conversation by acknowledging the other person's sentiments and validating their experiences. Here's how you develop this superpower of Stoicism. Change the perspective from me to them. See the world through their eyes. Try to comprehend the situation from their point of view rather than concentrating just on your own. What life events have influenced their emotions? What insecurities or concerns could be motivating them? This change in perspective encourages empathy and enables you to recognize their distinct reality. Pay attention to the above words. Listen to the words not spoken. It's essential to pay attention to both verbal and non-verbal cues when communicating with others. This includes things like body language, tone of voice, facial expressions, and spoken words. It is vital to comprehend the information being transmitted and react accordingly. These frequently disclose deeper feelings that their words may have obscured. Try to understand while actively listening without passing judgment. Recognize, don't pass judgment. Appreciate their emotions rather than their behavior. Even if you disagree with them, let them know you are aware of and sympathetic to their feelings. I understand why this situation is important to you, or it sounds like you're feeling frustrated, are phrases that can significantly increase trust and decrease defensiveness. Look for the hidden pain. Find the source of the disagreement. Anger and irritation are frequently the result of deeper emotional scars. Look into any potential sources of pain, fear, or insecurity for them. A deeper understanding makes it possible to address the underlying cause rather than simply the symptoms. It also builds empathy. Recall that gratitude is not agreement. Walk along with them, not in front of them. Showing empathy does not imply endorsing their behavior or sacrificing your moral principles. It's as simple as recognizing their viewpoint and establishing an environment encouraging sincere dialogue. You can handle the disagreement with dignity and understanding, even if you disagree. You create a bridge of understanding rather than merely a bridge across an abyss of conflict. When you adopt this Stoic concept of empathy, you put yourself in their position to connect rather than pass judgment, and there's hope for actual resolution in that connection, not only for the here and now, but also for how you deal with each other moving forward. So, come down from the mountain, reach out, and give the gift of empathy. Together, you might be taken on an unexpected excursion. Number 8. Embrace the art of compromise. Imagine yourself before a massive oak tree, its branches obstinately waving in the breeze. It could take a lot of force to get the oak to bend to your will, which could hurt the tree and you. A more prudent strategy that draws from Stoic philosophy is learning the art of compromise, bending and adapting to find a way for the wind and the oak to coexist peacefully. Hard views and absolutes are rarely conducive to successful conflict resolution. Epictetus states, "Seek not to have things happen as you wish, but rather wish them to happen as they do, and you will live a tranquil life." The ability to discover answers that at least partially meet your problems and those of your opponent is a sign of true power. The following is how you can practice this Stoic art. Change me to we. Reframe the conflict as a cooperative endeavor. See the situation as a chance to devise a solution that works for everyone rather than as a rivalry. This change in viewpoint allows for more harmonious results and innovative approaches to problem solving. Identify common objectives. Look for common ground, even if it appears obscure. Examine your shared goals in the long run and see past the current argument. Maybe you both have the same values: fairness, respect, or a productive working environment. Finding these common objectives lays the groundwork for reaching a compromise. Set priorities and have the will to let go. Only some details matter equally. Only some features of the circumstances are worth dying for. Decide what is most important and be prepared to give in on less important things. This enables you to concentrate on identifying answers that deal with your main issues. Determine the win enough or win-win solution. Look for win-win solutions. Instead of focusing on a win for one party, try to find a solution where all parties feel their requirements are understood and somewhat met in the long term. This lessens animosity and promotes a feeling of justice. Recall that life is a journey rather than a destination. Patience and flexibility are key. Compromises are rarely a one-time thing. Be ready to review the agreement if something changes or new information becomes available. A durable compromise requires open communication and a readiness to change. Accepting the Stoic art of compromise keeps your demands and principles intact. Instead, you exhibit strength, adaptability, and a dedication to coming up with solutions that work for everyone. You understand how to live in a dynamic equilibrium condition, not resistance. Like the wind and the oak, which benefits everyone by bringing about a more tranquil and harmonious outcome. Number 9. Seek external aid without shame. Picture yourself tangled up in a thicket of thorns, the branches blocking your path as they twist and twirl. No matter how hard you try, advancement feels unattainable. This aggravation frequently resembles the sense of being trapped in a dispute where communication breaks down and a settlement seems impossible. However, the Stoics remind us that we are not alone, even in these situations. The ninth tactic strongly emphasizes asking for outside assistance as evidence of our dedication to forging a positive course of action rather than as a show of weakness. A mediator or counselor, for example, can serve as an impartial third party to help navigate the complex maze of conflict. Just as a Stoic philosopher leads their students toward knowledge, they can offer a controlled environment for discussion, guaranteeing that each side is heard and valued. Their knowledge can be helpful in breaking through the confusing communication, eliminating the emotional undergrowth. Strong emotions frequently impede our ability to communicate, making it difficult to grasp the viewpoints of others or to explain oneself clearly. By helping to untangle these emotional knots, an impartial third person can foster a more relaxed and productive conversational atmosphere, overcoming the divide and creating a bridge of understanding. Counselors and mediators are educated to recognize and help parties in conflict close their knowledge gaps. They can promote empathy and lessen defensiveness by assisting each party in seeing things from the viewpoint of the other, encouraging fruitful conversations and leading the discussion toward resolution. Competent facilitators can guide the discussion toward constructive problem-solving, guaranteeing that all sides can voice their concerns and cooperate to find answers. Offer resources and methods, getting you ready for the journey. Many counselors and mediators have received specialized training in conflict resolution and communication methods. In the long run, they can help you build stronger relationships by providing you with the skills and techniques you need to handle conflicts in the future. Recall that asking for help is a strength, not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. According to Stoic philosophy, asking for assistance is a display of wisdom rather than weakness. It shows that you are dedicated to developing a solution that works for everyone and are prepared to invest in your development and the partnership's success. By enlisting outside assistance, you can benefit from the knowledge and expertise of others, allowing you and your opponent to successfully negotiate the complex maze of disputes and arrive at a peaceful and constructive conclusion. Recall that occasionally receiving assistance can brighten the way ahead and remind you that you are not alone, even in the most trying circumstances. Number 10. Forgiveness. Imagine yourself fastened to a massive rock, its mass pulling you downward while its jagged edges pierce your flesh. This weight, which keeps you stuck in the past and makes it difficult for you to go on, is the weight of resentment and unforgiveness. Forgiveness, a gift to oneself, is a potent tool the Stoic philosophy offers for releasing these bonds. Neither the past nor the other person's behavior is justified by forgiveness. We are reminded by Seneca that he who is revengeful lives with a wound always open. Instead, forgiveness is a deliberate decision to let go of the hurt feelings that keep you stuck so you can go on with more clarity and peace of mind. Here's how to start this self-liberating Stoic journey. Turn the attention from them to you. Acknowledge the effect on your health. More harm results from holding on to anger and resentment than from the other person. It drains your vitality, impairs your judgment, and makes it more difficult for you to be happy and at peace. You can take back control of your mental condition and put your well-being first when you choose forgiveness. Recognize the influence of perspective. Examine the circumstances more broadly. Forgiveness occasionally necessitates comprehending the background and intentions of the other person. This is admitting their shortcomings and vulnerabilities rather than justifying their actions. This change of viewpoint might increase empathy and lessen the situation's emotional impact. Let go, but remember, let go of the past, not the memories. Being forgiven does not include forgetting the past. Instead, it entails letting go of the bad feelings connected to it. Recall the lessons you've learned, but let go of the things weighing you down, like resentment and hatred. Engage in active forgiveness. Remember that forgiveness is a continuous process. Please make an effort to extend it. It's a journey that needs constant dedication. You can practice active forgiveness by consciously letting go of unfavorable feelings and thoughts whenever they surface. Techniques like journaling, mindfulness, and meditation can be helpful tools in this process. Keep in mind that forgiveness is yours, a present for you, not for them. Forgiveness is ultimately a gift you give to yourself. It frees you from the bonds of negativity and gives you more joy, calm, and emotional flexibility. Forgive yourself rather than wait for the other person to earn it. Accepting spiritual forgiveness allows you to change your present and create space for a better future. Rather than erase the past, you choose to walk the road of peace and self-compassion, releasing yourself from the bonds of bitterness and anger. Recall that showing forgiveness demonstrates your strength and dedication to your well-being, not weakness. Thus, exhale deeply, let go of the weight, and advance into a future offering more independence and inner serenity. Number 11. Growth from the ashes of conflict. Think of a phoenix that has undergone conflict and grown stronger and wiser. The spirit of the 11th Stoic strategy, using conflict as a catalyst for personal growth, is embodied in this potent metaphor. Remember Epictetus's advice: to make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as fixed and beyond your control. Through introspection and self-evaluation, you can turn disagreement into a learning opportunity and a springboard for personal growth. Here's how to start this life-changing adventure. Adopt a learning attitude. See obstacles as opportunities. Change your mindset from perceiving conflict as a bad thing to perceiving it as an opportunity to develop and learn. Be open to analyzing your actions and inadequacies and approach the situation with an open mind. Make your excavation. Identify the underlying causes. Give careful thought to how you fit into the conflict. What made you react the way you did? Which principles or convictions was the situation at odds with? Which feelings became dominant, and how did they affect your actions? Sincerity is crucial in understanding your habits and triggers, so consider these questions carefully. Determine doable domains from contemplation to implementation. Don't let reflection get you down. Convert your observations into actionable suggestions for enhancement. Did you need help communicating effectively? Think about honing your active listening techniques. Were your feelings too strong? Investigate mindfulness practices to improve emotional control. Seek guidance and criticism. Learning from reliable mentors. Look for a loyal friend, therapist, or mentor who can encourage your personal development and provide unbiased input. Talking to a third party about your experiences and observations might help you see things differently and promote responsibility. Recall that growth is a procedure. The key is patience. Expect a gradual change. Personal development requires work and time. Remain dedicated to your continuous improvement. Recognize failures as teaching moments and rejoice in little accomplishments. Adopting this Stoic philosophy may turn disagreement from a harmful force into a powerful catalyst for self-discovery and constructive transformation. You are restored from the ashes and emerge from them more robust, wiser, and prepared to face obstacles head-on with poise and grit. Recall that you can learn and develop, and that even the most trying circumstances can serve as stepping stones to becoming the finest version of yourself. Number 12. Setting boundaries. Picture yourself with the waves gently crashing at your feet as you stand on a spotless beach. But hold on, someone is invading your personal space and upsetting you. Setting boundaries and defending your well-being and inner serenity are potent tools the 12th Stoic technique offers in this scenario, symbolizing the delicate balance of navigating interactions. It is not the event itself that troubles us, but our view of it. Epictetus reminds us, although we have no control over what others do, we influence how we react. By defining what we will and won't tolerate, we may safeguard ourselves against negativity and promote happier relationships by establishing clear boundaries. Here's how to apply this Stoic idea here in practice. Understand your inner guidance. Determine your requirements and values. Consider what matters most before establishing boundaries. Which actions are consistent with your values? Which behaviors make you feel low on energy or violate your personal space? Establishing these internal limits lays the groundwork for effective communication. Communicate respectfully and clearly. Words, not walls. Steer clear of ambiguous statements and passive-aggressive behavior. Use I phrases to assertively and directly communicate your boundaries while concentrating on your wants and feelings. Recall that cultivating cooperation and understanding requires polite communication. The secret is consistency. Consistency is vital. Once you set boundaries, be steadfast, like a lighthouse. Never give in to guilt or avoid conflict by making exceptions. You gain respect from others and show yourself respect by sticking to your boundaries. Get ready for opposition. Recognize that not everyone will be amenable to your boundaries. Prepare yourself for possible resistance by politely restating your position and stressing how important it is to honor your requirements. Recall that boundaries give you power. Self-care is the key to freedom. Establishing limits is necessary to safeguard your mental and emotional health, not to be selfish. You can set an environment where you can grow by protecting your space and energy, which aligns with Seneca's goal of living with a cheerful heart and a grateful attitude. Adopting this Stoic idea creates a lighthouse that leads you and others to more respect, transparent communication, and eventually happier and more satisfying relationships. Instead of building walls, recall that creating boundaries gives you the power to live a life full of inner freedom, respect, and tranquility. It's an act of self-love. Number 13. Remember, you control your reactions. Imagine yourself in a violent storm with the waves smashing around you and the wind ripping. Although the storm's wrath is beyond your control, you can choose to handle it. This potent analogy captures the spirit of the 13th Stoic tactic: to remember that you are in charge of your responses and not the events around you. The Stoics remind us that real strength comes from dominating our inner world rather than exerting force over the outside world. Epictetus states, "It is a shame for the soul to depend on the body for satisfaction." We gain inner calm despite life's storms by concentrating on our reactions, which we can control. Here's how you develop this superpower of Stoicism. Determine what triggers you. Recognize your emotional terrain. Think briefly about the circumstances or activities that usually make you feel bad. Are there some phrases, people, or situations that get under your skin? The first step in controlling these triggers is acknowledging them. Take a moment to breathe. Make room between the stimulus and the response. Decide to wait before acting on impulse. Inhale deeply and give yourself space to observe and evaluate the circumstances quietly. This gives you room to make deliberate decisions and keeps your emotions from controlling what you do. Shift your viewpoint. Change the perspective, not the facts. Our reactions are frequently influenced more by how we interpret situations than their actual occurrence. Examine other viewpoints and confront your automatic beliefs. Can this situation be solved? What good things are you able to concentrate on? Select your reaction carefully. React. Don't overreact. After you've collected yourself and adjusted your viewpoint, consider your options carefully before responding. Does it help you to react with rage or frustration? Would being composed and aggressive work better? Recall that you can exacerbate or de-escalate the situation depending on how you respond. Exercise, exercise, exercise. Learning to control your reactions is a process that takes time and effort, just like any other ability. It takes consistent practice. By experimenting with varied responses in challenging situations, you can progressively increase your emotional resilience and self-control. You do not become docile when you adopt this Stoic idea. You gain strength. You learn to ride out life's storms with courage and grace, discovering inner peace in conquering your reactions rather than trying to dominate the outside world. Recall that peaceful power over your thoughts and feelings is the genuine test of strength, not control from without. Thus, maintain your composure under pressure, make intelligent decisions, and face life's storms with the steadfast poise of a Stoic sage. These Stoic-inspired techniques can help you turn disagreement from a place of fighting into one of learning, understanding, and inner calm. Recall that the real triumph is not about defeating your opponent, but about controlling your feelings and becoming a stronger, more confident version of yourself.